Is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for tuning in, one and all. We got a lot to cover today, and of course, today is Friday, which means it is Open Phones on Friday's show. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. So on Open MAGA Mike Friday, we have a lot to cover. And you can call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's program. You're not limited to the topics that I bring up, and that's only on Friday's show. Yes, good MAGA Friday. I'm really looking forward. We got a big day today because we have President Trump's press conference with Elon Musk around 1:30, and then we have a rally. Where is it? Pennsylvania, right? So that's all good stuff. I mean, this is a great time. Things are going so well. In fact, they couldn't be going better than they're going. Rally, where's it? Pennsylvania, right? Make sure I switch the phones on. I always got to do that before I go on the air. Okay. And I didn't connect the mic to you guys. Got to do that too. Test 1, 2. All right, here we go, guys. There we go. I just connected the mic. Welcome, everyone. That should... Let me do a mic test now that I have plugged in the mic. All right, come on. It takes a while. The delay is ridiculous. That should... Test 1, 2. Let me do a mic test now that I have plugged in. There we go. We are good to go. Good to go. Welcome, everyone. Yes, yes. There we go. Welcome. We've got a lot to cover today. I have so much to cover. And it's open phone, so hopefully I'll get to everything. I'm going to start with this White House hack. They hacked the White House Chief of Staff. I want to go through that first. Pretty big story. Yeah, if you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. But we're not going to be live for about 7, 8 minutes, close to 10. Okay. This I don't understand. understand now. Very strange. Okay, we'll be live soon. So much to cover. So much. What you doing, Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola. That's one of my cats. Pepsi's, everybody's sleeping but Coca-Cola. And Coca-Cola's getting in all kinds of trouble. Okay. I'm trying to decide what story I'm going to start with. Yes, 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 we're back. I'm glad it's the weekend, although I'm not getting any days off. I got a busy day and Saturday. I might get a break on Sunday, but I've got the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, are so freaking busy. Philip, thank you for the super chat. Australia loves Trump. Well, we love Australians who love Trump, so how about that? Awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You know, I got the, let me show you guys. Well, I'll show this later. I'll get it to show you all later. I just got something. Just got something I want to show you guys. Okay. We'll be live in about 5 minutes. A little less than 5 minutes, we'll be live. Sky News Australia is awesome. Not the UK Sky News. Sky News Australia, I watch it all the time. Absolutely, it's very good. Very good. I just got something that I have in the living room. We're rearranging our furniture, and I was rearranging our living room decor, and I wanted to show you guys something that I have not shown, I don't think, ever on this stream. But I'll wait till I start the other stream during one of the breaks. That's Mike, the board op at the radio station. Oh my gosh, what is my cat doing? Let me see. Coca-Cola, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, buddy? What are you playing with? Oh my goodness. He's making a mess. That's okay. We should all have the life of my cats. About 90 seconds until showtime. Sky News Australia is great. Not Sky News UK, but Sky News Australia, I watch it all the time. Very good. Mm-hmm. Sky News Australia is better than our news in America. You get the best American news on Sky News Australia. Absolutely. I watch it on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Okay. We have about 30 seconds. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig, and of course, you're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 48 years on the radio. And with June around the corner, we're just a couple of months away from the 49th anniversary of The Steve Kane Show on the air. We've got a lot to cover. A lot has happened since yesterday. Some big stories, and today's a big news day. So we got a lot to cover. Plus today it's Friday already because Monday was a holiday, right? Memorial Day. And Friday is open phones. We call it Open Mega Mike Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind. The show prep is up to you guys on Friday, although I have a lot of things I'm going to bring up. You are not obligated to comment on anything that I bring up on the program today. Now, in a few minutes, there was a big hack and identity theft op done at the White House, at the upper levels, on Susie Wiles, who was President Trump's chief of staff. And I'm going to break that down in just a little bit because it's a big story and I want to go through all of it. But today's a big day in Trump world, in MAGA world. President Trump is going to have a press conference with Elon Musk today. And there's also a rally in Pennsylvania. So that's going to be a good one. Now, President Trump posted on Truth Social, I am having a press conference. This was yesterday. He says tomorrow, but that's today. I'm having a press conference at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today with Elon Musk at the Oval Office. This will be his last day, but not really, because he will always be with us, helping all the way. Elon is terrific. See you tomorrow at the White House. Okay. Elon Musk is an absolutely amazing person. He has done so much to save this country. And I know you got a lot of people that, are doom and gloomers. Oh, the big, beautiful bill, and the things are all eaten up. you've got these liberals who are going after Elon Musk, and they're firebombing Tesla dealerships and doing all this. Elon Musk has really made history with what he's done with Doge. And, while they uncovered a lot of fraud and thievery that was going on in our country, and we know it was only a small percentage of it, but he has woken up the American people to how much corruption we have in the United States government. People work so hard in this country. The United States has the hardest working people in the world. The rest of the world, they don't have to work hard because they're ripping us off with the tariffs, and they don't pay for their own defense. We pay for their defense. They're all on vacation all the time. But Americans work really, really hard, and they pay their taxes. And what do we find out? We find out that things are worse than we ever imagined. Now, as I've been telling you guys, all Americans accept that there's theft going on, right? The earmarks, pork in the bills. We understand that there's some thievery going on, but no one realized at what level until Elon Musk and Doge put a spotlight on it. And what Elon Musk has done with Doge in just a short couple of months is expose to the American people how corrupt our country is, and forever changed the expectation that the American people have on the government. Now, as an example, right now, the big beautiful bill, and there's some other bills coming up too, but the big beautiful bill has what very well may be the largest tax cut in the history of the United States, right? Not just extending the Trump tax cuts, no tax on tips. Remember the no tax on tips. This is, and no tax on overtime, and the massive tax credit on Social Security. The no tax on tips, for the tip workers, this is the first time that they've gotten a tax break. When tax cuts are made, all they do is change the brackets. And people that are tip workers don't pay income tax. They pay payroll taxes. Payroll taxes and income taxes are totally different things. So they never get a tax break. And tip workers, I don't know how many of them there are, but there's a lot of them. They are getting the real first tax break in history. The no tax on overtime is huge. People in so many different professions, including in the civil service, like police officers, work a lot of overtime. No taxes on that. So this is the largest tax cut in history. And I believe because of the no tax on overtime and tips, okay? And the extension of the Trump tax cuts at the same time. So when you look at, I know it's absolutely amazing. When you look, though, at what's going on, this is the first time that I can recall ever where there have been a Republican president and the Republican Congress pushing through massive tax cuts when the Democrats aren't opposing them. Have you heard the Democrats oppose the tax cuts? Not really. Not really. You get a couple of old grannies like Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, the children are going to go hungry. Well, then give up a few of your million and feed the children, okay? But no, you're not really hearing the Democrats oppose the largest tax cuts in the history of the United States, because the tax cuts that President Trump is talking about and have in the big beautiful bill are so popular. And usually, because I follow all these things, you get the same talking point. Oh, yeah. I remember Obama would say this all the time. Tax cuts are great, but how are you going to pay for them? How are you going to pay for them? Well, we're going to stop. We shut down USAID, courtesy of Elon Musk and the other things they've done. But you're not hearing them say, well, how are you going to pay for these tax cuts? Because we found out that not only does the government have plenty of money, they got way too much money, right? They have so much money, they've been stealing it by the quadrillions for decades, and no one even noticed they have so much money, right? So Elon Musk and what the work he's done at Doge is far beyond the few things that they've exposed. Although the things they exposed were big, it's not even the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. right? What they expose. We know this. But they're allowing things to happen that never would have been happening before. In fact, usually when tax cut bills come through, not only do the Democrats whine and complain about them all the time, they run commercials and ads all over the internet and television telling you the dangers of the tax cuts. They're not doing that now. All of that is because of Elon Musk. And Elon Musk, before he even joined Team Trump, deserved the Presidential Medal of Freedom. You know, Elon Musk gave America back its manned space program with SpaceX. Before Elon Musk and SpaceX, we had to hitch rides on the Russians on their old rockets from the 70s. And he gave us back our manned space program. Elon Musk, and President Trump's having this press conference with Elon Musk today around 1:30 in the Oval Office. This is to let everyone know that he's still the first bud. But he's got some major companies that he's got to get back to running. And before he even started his first day at Doge, he said he'll only be there till the end of May. Okay? So what Elon Musk has done is amazing. He is still the first bud. He is very tight with Trump. He deserves not just a presidential thank you, which he's going to get today, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He should get that too. Elon Musk deserves a great thank you from all of the American people too, because he's done so much for our great country. And we're so lucky that he moved to the United States and became a U.S. citizen. He's not just the richest man in the world. He's given America such an incredible gift. And what he's done with Doge is absolutely amazing, okay? So now today, I got a lot of things I want to cover. After the first break, I'm going to get into the hack at the White House, computer hack at the White House and identity theft. We got a lot to cover. But it's Friday, so it's open phones. And of course, what that means is Open MAGA Mike Friday. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you can call in about any and everything on your mind. You're not limited to discuss the things that we bring up. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you are listening. All right, we're going to take our first break and be right back. I wanted to show this to you guys. We've had this for a while. It's been in our living room, but I don't think I've shown it to you guys before. And we're rearranging our furniture and things. And I thought, I don't think I've shown this to everybody on YouTube. Check this out. Have you ever seen this sculpture advertised on television? And see how they have the flag? It's pretty cool. The flag stays there. Isn't that nice? We have this on the end table in our living room next to the couch. It is absolutely beautiful and cool. It's heavy. It's very heavy. I love how they have the flag displayed. And then the back says fight, fight, fight. Then on the back it says the day God intervened, July 13th, 2024 on the back. Isn't that cool? It's absolutely cool. I know. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Let me take this back out to the living room. Now, if you want to call in, the number is pinned in the chat. Oh, yeah, it is pretty cool. Any of you have that? We got it as soon as they were available. We've had it for quite a while. It's very nice, and it's heavy. It's bigger than it looks on the camera. welcome. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. We'll be back live from this break in about a minute. If you're on hold, stand by, and if you'd like to call in, 888-465-2631. The number's pinned in the live chat. 1 minute, we'll be back. Exactly 1 minute, actually. All right, we're back. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Yeah, so we've got the President Trump press conference with Elon Musk around 1:30. That should be great. And then we have a rally today with our favorite president, Donald Trump, in Pennsylvania. All right, so Susie Wiles, who's President Trump's chief of staff, and another Floridian. Florida's running the country, which is awesome, being a Floridian myself. She's been the victim of a hack and identity theft. It's pretty severe stuff. I mean, let me go through this article. This is being widely reported. Listen to this. Donald Trump's top advisor has fallen victim to a sinister scheme by hackers who infiltrated her phone and used artificial intelligence to impersonate her voice. You know, this artificial intelligence, I think it should be made legal. I really do. The fraud that's allowed to be committed with it, like this, with the voice, it's bad. The nefarious plot involves stolen data from the personal cell phone of White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles that was then used to call some of America's most powerful people. You know, this is incredibly dangerous because Susie Wiles is never more than a couple of feet away from President Trump. Over the course of several weeks, high-profile senators, governors, and American business executives have received voicemails or messages from an unknown number claiming to be Wiles. This was also reported in the Wall Street Journal. The hackers came undone when they made the fatal mistake of asking questions that the president's closest aides should know the answer to. Wiles, who's been nicknamed Iron Maiden, or Ice Maiden, I'm sorry, they call her Ice Maiden, has been contacting associates urging them to disregard any unusual messages or calls from unknown numbers purporting to be her. You know, a few months back, my Twitter got hacked. Elon got it back for me, by the way. Thank you, Elon Musk. And I didn't think I was going to get it back. And I was getting contacted from people who were getting these DMs claiming to be me. And then when I got control of my Twitter, courtesy of Elon Musk, and I couldn't believe they were messaging so many people as me. It's such a violation when you get hacked. And I know how I got hacked, by the way. But anyway, back to Susie Wiles. In a terrifying twist, some of the phone calls used a voice that mimicked Wiles. Authorities suspect the impersonator used artificial intelligence to replicate it. The FBI is now investigating the unusual situation, but do not believe that a foreign nation is behind it, sources told the publication. Really? You don't think so? I don't know about that. If it's if it's an American, they should be in jail. We should see a major FBI raid and arrest, shouldn't we? The FBI takes all threats against the president and his staff and our cybersecurity with the utmost seriousness, Kash Patel said. Blah, blah, blah. Authorities are scrambling to figure out what the goal of the plot was. In at least one case, the impersonator asked for a cash transfer, while in another, they asked a lawmaker for a list of people who the president could consider pardoning. But many of the texts which came through appeared to be legitimate and fooled some of Susie Wiles' contacts. There are allegedly no suggestions that any sensitive information was handed over. Some of her associates became suspicious when the impersonator began asking questions, sometimes about Trump, that Wiles, as his closest advisor, would have known the answer to. Others said some messages were sent with poor grammar and in a more formal manner than Wiles generally communicates. Now, the poor grammar and the formal, that tells me it is foreign, quite possibly. That they don't have a master of American Standard English. And a lot of times, I see this with some of the trolls that I have to deal with. They're foreign, and they use very formal grammar when they're writing you. In fact, if you look at all these fraudulent emails, remember the ones that when email was new from the barrister in Africa where there was like, $5 million in a bank account for you, to the ones you get today about auto warranties. They're emails that are written like we used to learn to write letters when people used to write letters in grade school. And when they use such formal grammar, it's like right out of a textbook. And that to me is usually a sign of a foreigner who doesn't speak English, or English is not their first language. Like it'll say as an example, "Dear Sir," right? The messages were not sent from Wiles' phone number. Her personal cell phone contact list was hacked, giving the impersonator access to a long list of numbers she has amassed over the years as one of Washington's most formidable political players. So that means these hackers got every phone number in her cell phone. That includes the president and the Trump family and maybe even world leaders. The breach comes after a series of embarrassing data leaks during Trump's second term. In one instance, now they're back to the Signal chat. No, I think this is foreign in nature because of the grammar and the sophistication, and then the formality of the messaging. And I'll tell you, I was listening to yesterday Megyn Kelly, and Megyn Kelly was talking about the interviews with Kash Patel and Bongino that I was talking about yesterday. And Bongino did an interview on Fox while I was on the air yesterday that I watched after I got off the air. And she shares the same opinions that I shared, which I'm not going to go through again because I talked about that so much yesterday. However, Megyn Kelly was talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And she had on, who was the guest she had on? I just forgot his name. He's a South Florida guy, and he hates Steve. He wrote a letter to the editor about Steve once. Oh, boy. I can't remember the name of the guy. It'll come to me in a minute who her guest was. But anyway, Megyn Kelly said that she thinks what has stopped Kash and Bongino from releasing the Epstein information is that he was working for a foreign intelligence agency. And I agree with her on that. And the general thinking I hear from people is that he worked for Mossad. I don't think so. I think people say that because Epstein was a Jew and they just, they connect everything, to that. I think Epstein was working for our deep state. I don't know what agency, FBI, CIA, NSA, who knows? But I think Jeffrey Epstein was working for a U.S. intelligence agency. And I don't know if we're never going to know the full story with Epstein. We'll pick up bits and pieces over the years. But I got to tell you, all the Kennedy files were released, unredacted, how many weeks ago? And we've been waiting for those files for 60 years, and there was nothing in them. I haven't heard anything, and people have been studying those Kennedy files. Have you heard anything come out of the JFK files? No. And my guess is that
that Epstein got busted as the pervert that he was, and a deep state intelligence agency started using that, the threat of jail for life. They used that to get him to start working with the celebrities and the politicians to have blackmail material on them. And whatever agency was involved in that, they have deep down in some dungeon somewhere all that blackmail material that they're still probably using against these people. But no, the more with this Epstein thing that comes out, there's no doubt that, and looking at the reactions of Epstein and Kash Patel on these two interviews, Bongino talking about Epstein, including Bongino talking about Epstein yesterday. I agree, they both looked scared. In particular, Bongino talking about it, and I think that they found out that he was working for the United States deep state. And I still think they should make all that public because we control the government right now, and I would like to see a spotlight put on all of that. And for all this talk that these things are classified, if the President of the United States can declassify anything at any time with just a word, it's declassified now. He doesn't have to even do paperwork on it. The President could declassify Area 51 at that White House press conference with Elon today with just a word. So I would, if I were them, I'd like to see them go to the president and ask him to declassify all these things so they could release it to everyone. But I'm losing any hope with that. All right, now I want to talk to you guys about Jupiter. Joe Thomas, who was in studio yesterday. Joe Thomas offers free phone consultations to our listeners that you can take advantage of no matter where you're located in the United States. And I know listeners of this program throughout America have called Joe Thomas for that free consultation. And, after you have that free conversation with him and consultation, Joe Thomas is going to put together a custom proposal just for you based on your situation, your needs, okay, and your goals, because everyone's different. Some have more money, some have less. It doesn't, but you have different outcomes. Do you want income? Do you want to save it? Are you buying this for your kids? There's all kinds of things. And he'll put together a custom proposal based on you. But this free consultation with Jupiter Joe Thomas, who you can find online at jupiterjoe.com, is valuable in itself because he's a top man in the industry. Listen to this. Joe Thomas has over 30 years of retirement planning experience, and he's a 5-time qualifying member of the $1 Million Roundtable, which is achieved by less than 1% of all financial advisors in the world. Wow, so he's a top man. Give him a call. Talk to him about annuities, how you can protect your money from stock market losses, how you can stop losing your money with the ups and downs of the market, and generate income so you have a revenue stream coming to you every month if you want in your retirement. Here's his number, 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. And if you missed the number, it's on his website, jupiterjoe.com. All right, callers on hold, stand by. We're going to take our break for the bottom of the hour and be right back. Welcome. If you are new, make sure that you subscribe. And if you want to call in, the number is toll-free and is pinned in the live chat, guys. Okay, we'll be back shortly. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. I got a couple other things I want to cover. Yes, if you are new, make sure you subscribe, everyone. Less than a minute, we'll be back. If you're on hold, hang in there. We're back. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. Thanks for tuning in. Our number, 888-465-2631. Call us on hold. You stand by. And it is open phones on Friday, open MAGA Mike Friday. You're welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind. You don't even have to comment on any of these very interesting and important stories that I'm bringing up. but I would like you to when I go to the phones. This is an amazing story and also embarrassing for Jake Tapper. New York Times reporting Jake Tapper's CNN show has hit its lowest ratings since 2015. What? You know, this is crazy to me. Jake Tapper how long has he been promoting this book? 3 weeks? Close to a month? So the entire month of May has been the month of Jake Tapper. He's been talked about on every program, everywhere. Shows like this, every television program, even on his competition in the cable news world, they've been talking about Jake Tapper. He's been doing all kinds of interviews in the new media. He's had, I don't know, $100 million or more in free publicity. Maybe even more, because the whole media cycle throughout the entire month of May has revolved around Jake Tapper and his book. And he has the lowest ratings in a decade? How's that possible? How's that possible? You know, if I had 1/10 of the publicity that Jake Tapper got this month, I'd be the most famous person in America doing a show like this. I would. So why is it having a negative effect on him? I have some theories on that. Let me get back. This is in the New York Post. CNN host Jake Tapper had his lowest rated month in nearly a decade in May, despite the publicity tour giving him an onslaught of attention. Yeah, he's been in every newspaper, every website. Tapper and Axios reporter Alex Thompson's new book, Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again, was released in May to much fanfare. The Tapper book helped set the recent news cycle with new accusations of the Biden White House hiding the truth about his illness. To promote the project, Jake Tapper has embarked on a wide-ranging book tour that landed him on a variety of podcasts, talk shows, and cable news, like I told you. The book has also been promoted relentlessly across CNN, but the spotlight on Tapper has failed to give him a boost in viewership. The Lead with Jake Tapper averaged 525,000 total viewers from April 28th through May 25th, shedding 25% of CNN's audience in its time slot from the same period last year in the process. By comparison, Fox News, they averaged 3.3 million, and their ratings are up. So what's going on here? I'll tell you exactly what's going on. The only people that watch CNN anymore are liberal Democrats. And there aren't that many liberal Democrats anymore, right? The country has been magatized. We've had a red pilling of the United States take place. So there aren't that many liberal Democrats, and they don't want to hear the truth about Democrats. And because CNN has been doing this, they've just tuned out. They don't want to hear it. Well, the problem for them is that they're having the same problem on MSNBC. So far this month, MSNBC dropped 41% in the primetime demo and 34% in the total day demo. And a stinging blow for Jen Psaki, who on May 5th took over the Rachel Maddow's time slot at 9 p.m. Tuesday through Friday. Maddow, who's been the top host on MSNBC for years, said she had faith in Joe Biden's former press secretary and that she would even do better in the role than she had done. The latest ratings for the briefing with Jen Psaki came on May 22nd when it failed to crack the coveted 1 million viewer mark. Hannity's getting 2.3 million total viewers. Psaki's show also performed dismally with the 25 to 54 demo, only pulling in 55,000 viewers. By comparison, Hannity had 210,000 in that demo. Let's see here. The show is the official replacement for Joy Reid's former program, The Readout, which was canceled in February. So Joy Reid's jumping for Joy. The weeknight, which airs at 7 p.m., had just 707,000 viewers on May 22nd, but only 56,000 of them were in the key demo. The show would average 770,000 viewers, which is 30% lower than they had last year. So, so CNN and MSNBC are shedding viewers in droves, just nonstop. And a lot of this, it has to do with a lot of things, but a lot of it has to do with Elon Musk and Doge. People in what's happened in this country, and we've been talking about the death of the Democrat Party, which we're seeing happen each and every day. They're done. That doesn't mean that the midterm elections are a shoo-in for us. Okay, there's a lot of voters who, out of bad habit, might vote Democrat still. So we still got to overcome that and deal with that, and try to hold on to the Congress and maybe even gain, so we don't have such slim majorities. But President Trump, in the 10 years since he came down the escalator, it's been over 10 years now, has discredited the fake news media. People don't trust them. They don't believe them anymore. And the only people they have now are they call us a cult. But the fact is, what's left of the liberal Democrats is a cult. They have this cult following of liberal Democrats. And when they hear something that they don't want to hear, they're out of there. And this is a great thing, and it's a challenge for people who do shows that are conservative or MAGA, because so much of what conservatives do on programs is try to counter left-wing media bias. Well, the left-wing media bias has already been exposed. No one believes it, and it doesn't need to be countered so much. And this thing about Jake Tapper's book, part of the reason for the massive ratings decline for him is not just an exodus of the sycophants that have been watching CNN, but he's also destroyed his own credibility and the credibility of CNN and other liberals out there, because we all knew that Biden was out of it. We could all see it, right? I don't have to give you examples. We all know. You saw it. I saw it. Everybody knew it. The media not only were lying to us about it, they were canceling and reprimanding, sometimes live on the air, people who questioned the mental state of Biden. And Tapper was one of the leaders of that, right? Remember, he was with Lara Trump about this BS that Biden was a stutterer and all these things, And then he goes on and says, "Oh well, all these things happen." Everyone knew they were lying then, but since they didn't admit it, they kind of, okay, whatever. They're just liberal jerks. But what Jake Tapper has done is come out with this book, Original Sin, and confessed that they knew all along. And you know what it's kind of like? O.J. Simpson wrote a book that Ron Goldman sued and got the rights to. O.J. Simpson wrote this book, many, many years ago, a couple decades ago. It was called If I Did It. And in that book, he detailed how he committed the crimes, everything, ditched the knife and everything. And it was a confession. That's what this book is. Jake Tapper's book is a confession. But the problem is he hasn't been acquitted, so there's no double jeopardy in play. He and his entire industry are liars, and his book is a confession that they're liars, and they've destroyed their own credibility with the book. You know, since Tapper came out with the book, I've asked the question, and I still really don't have the answer to it. I thought I did a couple of times, but I don't. Why did he write this book? Who would write a book admitting that they lied about something as important as this? Really, who would? And, you know, what I hope is going on right now, because we're hearing about the congressional hearings on the presidential committee, right? The Anita Dunn group that was running the country with the auto pen. And Carolyn Leavitt was really, she really reprimanded Jill Biden yesterday for her elder abuse. If you saw that press conference, it was amazing. And whether or not Biden approved of the use of the auto pen is a difficult thing to prove. However, if they get inside the, you know, we're talking about this hack of Susie Wiles and her phone. If you notice, this hacker didn't release information that was embarrassing to Susie Wiles from her phone, which tells me there was nothing there that was embarrassing. Whoever hacked into her phone, if they found some things that were embarrassing about her, Republicans, MAGA people in general, or the president, believe me, we would have known about it. They didn't find anything. However, this presidential committee with the auto pen, if Kash Patel and Bongino and the congressional committee have gotten inside their cell phones and computers, which they should have seized all by now, and there's a very good chance that they'll find some text messages. I don't know how much people email these days. Most people text. But the phones could have text messages in them that would be them, like Tapper with his book, confessing about the misuse of the auto pen. I hope that we find out, because that's the way you're really going to catch them on the auto pen. Now, I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, every car in my house, we've been driving on Friendly Tire tires for years. I was a customer of Friendly Tire for many years before they were advertisers here on the program. And they have new tires for as low as $70 a tire, out the door and on the road. And it's so important to highlight what I mean by out the door and on the road. And when you call Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire, he'll give you a quote right over the phone. That's the price. He doesn't charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or even dispose of your old tires. And he has to pay a guy per tire to take the old tires away. I did not know that. I thought that the used tires, that rubber was valuable and people were lining up to take it for free, but they don't. You actually got to pay. And he doesn't charge you for any of that. So the price that Friendly Mike quotes you over the phone is out the door and on the road. He can get you tires for any type of vehicle. And he has incredible deals, not just on regular new tires, right, with all the name brands you know and love, Firestone, Bridgestone, Pirelli. If you have run flats like I have on one of my cars, oh man, great deals on run flats. And he has thousands of used tires in stock as well. He also does tire repairs, which other tire shops will not do. Give him a call, and Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire will give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. Make sure you tell him you heard about him on the Steve Kane Show. He'll take extra good care of you. 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. It's Friday. Callers on hold. You stand by. I got a couple more things I want to get to. And it is open phones today. And one of the reasons I'm going through some of these issues, once we go to the phones, we may never get back to them. But some of these are important. There's a new poll out today, which is very dangerous, and I don't trust. 57% of Americans favor military action to stop Iran from going nuclear. This is a Rasmussen poll, I believe. Let me check. I think it's a Rasmussen poll. Yeah, it's a Rasmussen poll, and it's a poll of likely U.S. voters. So this is a scientifically accurate poll. 57% of Americans favor military action against Iran. This is crazy. You know, Iran has the largest military in the Middle East. I looked this up this morning when I saw this poll, okay? They have the largest military in the Middle East, and they have an army of 1 million. Of 1 million. Just under 1 million. It's 900 and something thousand. And they have a lot of reservists they could call up, and apparently their police are also trained to do such things if they need them to call up. You know, when the war in both Afghanistan and Iraq began, we were told the same thing. 6 weeks, a month, 3 weeks, right? You know, because we had such success with the Gulf War. And look what happened, 20-year wars. And President Trump gave a very strong warning to Netanyahu against attacking Iran. And obviously, if we get to the point where something has to be done, Trump will do what has to be done. But, you know, before the war in Iraq, I heard my entire life, you don't hear this anymore, but the lessons of Vietnam, right? The lessons of Vietnam. You know, and the lessons of Vietnam were don't get involved in these foreign wars. And Iran is probably the biggest enemy this country has, more so than China. Not necessarily threat level, maybe, but since 1979, they are our enemy to the nth degree. There's no question about it. But you want to do whatever you can do to avoid war. And you know, this is the lessons of Iraq, right? We toppled Saddam Hussein, and then we had years of a very violent insurgency. And remember, Iran trains, funds, and is in charge of all the Islamic terrorists throughout the world. You don't think they would have a massive recall of terrorists to Iran for an insurrection? No. I'm sorry. War with Iran is the worst thing we could do. It should only be at the very last resort. And if President Trump, who has access to all the intelligence, thought that they were close to a nuclear weapon, he wouldn't be putting the pressure on Netanyahu and warning Netanyahu not to strike. All right. So those are some of the main stories on my mind, although I have a whole bunch of others. It is open phones. We'll go to the phones. Any and everything on your mind is fair game on Friday's show. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Quentin Johnson. I am from Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, Memphis.
I wanted to ask you, Brian, were you aware that in this country, most of the people who helped write the Constitution own slaves?
I didn't understand. Am I aware of what about the Constitution and slaves?
That most of the people that helped to write the Constitution own slaves.
Yeah, some of them did. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, was the Constitution wrote for black people?
It was written for all people, and it has been amended over the years. You know, black men like you got the right to vote decades before white women. Did you know that?
Women doesn't. Is not a part of white women.
Women could not vote until
slavery.
After. Women could. Hold on a second. Women couldn't vote until 1920. Black men could vote in the 1860s. Who do you think? Let me ask you, between you and me. Hold on. Between you and me, which one of us has benefited the most from the slavery that you're talking about? You or me? Which?
Me or you wasn't a part of the era.
Well, you brought up slavery. Why are you bringing it up then?
I brought it up because you're wearing Make America Great.
Hat. Absolutely.
Make America Great Again hat.
Yes.
So, I ask you these questions because if it's a criminal act to enslave human beings and stuff like that, if it's a criminal act now, it was a criminal act then. And if you was writing a bill of law to adhere to, for the land to adhere to, then the
are you maybe okay? All right, listen.
A criminal act.
No, you can't. You don't. You don't hold people accountable for things that were legal at a particular time. But let me get you up to speed. Do you know? In 2020,
it was illegal then. It was illegal.
It was legal. It was okay. Do you know that this year, 2025, Donald Trump, because you don't like the Make America Great Again hat that I'm wearing. That's what you're taking issue with. Do you know that President Trump this year in 2025 ended the largest slave trade and slave passage in existence in the history of slavery? Even one.
You're saying that at the same time he's trying to in jail Abraham Traore for taking over land that they've been getting extorted from since the beginning of
time. I don't know what you're talking. What I'm talking about is slavery's on your mind. And you're wondering, what does Make America... excuse me. I'm speaking. I am speaking. I'm going to... Listen. I am trying to have a conversation with you. I will say what I'm going to say with or without you. When President Trump shut down the southern border, he shut down a slave passage where more slaves were being transported than from Africa during the high point of that slave passage. Over 20 million illegals were brought here just in the last few years by the Democrats, right? Labor slavery. Sometimes working in factories, sometimes working on farms, sometimes working in houses of prostitution and massage parlors. President Trump just ended the slavery of millions in our country. And you're talking to me about 1776?
Sir, I'm talking to you about the war that is being waged upon Africa that Trump is trying to indulge in against one of the most honest and ambitious leaders that they ever, what I'm saying?
I don't know who you're talking about. Who and what are you talking about in Africa?
Abraham Traore.
Who's that?
You look him up on your YouTube.
Tell me who he is.
Abraham Traore.
Who is that?
When Trump just offered for him to come to the White House and...
Oh, is this the president of South Africa you're talking about?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He's the president of Burkina Faso.
Okay, whatever. I can't concern myself with Africa, okay? Oh, boy. I really can't, except those white farmers where the genocide's happening. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Bring civilization back to every anarchy? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air.
Barbara in Baltimore.
Hey, Barbara.
Good morning, Brian.
Hey, what's up, Barbara?
I just heard some of the most ignorant comments from someone who obviously is just so racist that they're not able to think straight. And it is so sad. And, I run into people sometimes, not very often, thank God, that talk like that. First of all, it's almost, their English is so bad, it's like they never went to school.
Mm-hmm.
So because when you speak ignorantly, when you speak like you have no idea what you're talking about, it just simply shows that you are uninformed and just so blind by blind hate of white people.
Yeah.
Now, this guy was talking about trying to equate what's happening, I think, at least, from what I could kind of decipher from all that gibberish, the comparison of slavery. And my great-grandmother was born.
Oh, we lost you, Barbara, as you were making some good points. Oh, well, okay, now you're back. We lost you for a minute, but you're back.
Oh.
You were talking about your grandmother and you cut out.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, my great-great-grandmother was born in 1849. I didn't know that until I looked on that Ancestry website looking for my grandfather and found her.
Yeah.
And I knew who it was. And that's 1849 in Furman, South Carolina, meaning she was born a slave. I don't have any feelings about reparations and all this other BS and running behind race as a crutch, that why black people are the ones who are in bad situations and not taking advantage of America. It's because they're not doing it themselves. No one has a reason, no able-bodied person has a reason to not succeed if they are working at it.
Well, listen, a lot of people. We're almost out of time for the hour. I agree with everything you said, but a lot of people, like the last guy, a lot of people aren't happy with their life, and as opposed to taking the opportunities we have to better their life, they blame. They look for something to gripe about and blame for their situation, and that's what that guy was doing. Barbara, I got to run. We're out of time for the hour, but I agree with everything you said. Take care. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show on the radio since 1977. My name is Brian. Our number, 888-465-2631. It is Open Manga Mike Friday. Any and everything on your mind, fair game on Friday's show. We'll be back right after this. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 47 years on the radio. All right, let's go. Our 48 years on the radio, soon to be 49 Our number 1-888-465-2631 on this Open Mega Mic Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Conservative Doug.
Doug, what did I tell you? What did I tell you yesterday? I'm going to take your call, but what did I tell you yesterday?
I can't call any other time. Unfortunately,
let me tell you. I'll take the call today, okay? But just in general, you've got to stagger your calls out a little bit, and I'll tell it becomes like, oh, it's Doug's segment today. You understand what I mean? And it makes it it's not good.
Hang on a minute. Listen, I call sometimes at this time. I don't get on until maybe 7:30, so I wait a half hour sometimes before I get on.
Okay, all right.
I only have a certain amount of time. If I call earlier, my wife will kill me because I wake her up. If I call later, everybody starts making noise here, and
it's not that I don't like your calls. I do like your calls. But you gotta try to if you can hang on. You said sometimes you hang on for 30 minutes or more, right? So you'll call at 7, but you might not get on till like almost 8. Well, that means you could call later. You could call earlier or something. But anyway, you're here now. Let's make the best of it.
All right. Well, okay. First, I won't be able to call next week at all because I'll be out of the country.
Okay.
Anyway, but now it's great to see that the Democrat Party is falling apart. But I know the government thinks that most people have short-term memory losses. But when Ron DeSantis went into that stadium, or wherever he was, and everybody started booing him and telling him he sucks, that was great to see that people aren't forgetting so fast these days. We want change. Ron DeSantis, maybe if he passes this thing to get no real estate tax, then everybody will forgive him. But other than that, nobody wants Ron DeSantis, and the Democrats are falling apart. Great to see that, and it looks like there's going to be midterms are going to be great for us.
I hope.
I don't see how anybody could,
But I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I am in a bad mood today, not because you called after we had this whole discussion yesterday. You called at the same time that I told you not to call. Something happened yesterday. I almost didn't do the show today because of it. So I'm not in so I got something going on, and so my mind is somewhat distracted. So if I'm short or rude in general today, have some understanding. But with that being said, the Democrat Party not only is in disarray, they're in complete self-destruct mode, and there's no getting around it. Okay, and David Hall got caught by Project Veritas this week, confirming that Biden wasn't running the White House, that the Autopin committee was running the White House. They got David Hogg in one of these restaurant videos, and he's also talking about how Nancy Pelosi is committing fraud with her stock picks, and it's on tape. So they're incredibly divided. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and then there's still some crazy liberals. I talked to a liberal yesterday, and he says, "Oh, how could you like Elon Musk?" I said, "What are you talking about, man? He's gets in the country is stopping all this stuff. Oh, he's putting satellites up that's spying on us." I said, "How do you know that?" First of all, he's putting satellites up.
Well, okay, but I gotta tell you, and you'll take this, and it's not just because I'm not telling you this just because it's in a bad mood. I'm in a bad mood, but do you understand? And listen, we have so few rules on this program. I mean, the main rule is no profanity, right? No profanity, because on the radio you can't use profanity. The other rule is you can only call once per day, right? Which is pretty liberal rule because most people don't want people to call more than once a week or something. But I don't hold people to that. I don't care about that. Once a day, and you're not the only person I've dealt with on this. I had the same thing with Mike from Louisiana, and over the years I've had problems with other people, and I don't know what it is. I can have a full board of calls. I take a call randomly, and it's you coming into the 7 o'clock hour. That makes the show look bad. It makes me look bad. It makes the show too predictable, and you get so when you get back from vacation, try to stagger your calls around, man, just a little bit, okay? I'd appreciate it. I was very aggravated at him because of something that happened with me, and on top of the fact that I had this conversation with him on the show yesterday, and he still calls in at the same time after I told him yesterday not to do it. And by the way, yesterday was not the first time I talked to Doug about this. I've talked to Doug about this many times. All right, anyway. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
All right. I am a Democrat, and I am in New York, and I'm a proud Democrat.
What's your name? Where are you calling?
My name is Chris James. I'm a proud Democrat, and I stand for the Democrat Party because I ain't scared of nobody that wear hats. You people got played by selling President Obama, President Obama, President Obama, President Obama, President Obama.
Okay.
President Obama.
All right.
President
Now, okay. Now, here's the thing with you. All right. Here's. All right. I thank you for your call. Here's the thing with you. Okay. There's another little rule we have. I mean, you got it. Come on. Okay. You called yesterday with that President Obama repeat, and it was funny. But you're another one. You can't call in every day and just say President Obama, President Obama. We're not. There has to be quality control. And you know, a lot of these things that I'm griping about right now, whether it's Doug or this lunatic with the President Obama thing, part of that, and the main reason that happens, is because we take the call screenless. And when you take calls screenless, which we do not have to do, but we do because I think it makes the show better for all kinds of reasons that I've talked about many, many times that I'm not going to get into now. You know, there's some negatives to taking screenless calls, and some of them are Doug. You know, if we had Mike, the board op, screening the calls, Doug wouldn't get on. I would know he was. I would look on the board. Oh, there's Doug. He'll hold for 2 hours, or the President Obama guy. So a lot of this is you give Democrats, you give people one privilege, and they abuse it. But I don't mind a liberal lunatic calling in, but you can't call in every day and do your President Obama thing, or your participation will be removed from the program. We have to have quality control. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, that's good. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Scott. I'm calling from Kansas City, Kansas.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to talk about a subject in your digs of the woods, and it has to do with Trump, Valor, and the woke cult mind frame. And this week, I believe it was the beginning of this week, Trump handed to the daughter of a fallen officer who fell in the line of duty there in Palm Beach a year ago his medal. And his daughter, about 20 years old, very nice looking, well dressed, and later I learned well spoken. Yeah, I know it was a solemn ceremony, but she had an expression standing next to Trump as if she was having to stand next to a dirty bum on a New York subway. And later, after the ceremony, she couldn't wait to get on TikTok to make a TikTok about how, okay, it is so matter of fact about her father dying, but having to be around Trump, and it was
okay. I saw that. I saw the whole thing, and I've not talked about it for a couple of reasons, which I'll tell you as I respond. I saw the ceremony live. And the daughter of the Palm Beach cop, she looked like she was dressed in goth, like a goth girl.
Yeah.
And when she didn't talk, and the way she behaved, I thought, one, she was nervous, being in the Oval Office with President Trump on television, and she was overwhelmed with emotion over the loss of her father. And then we come to find out she's a liberal lunatic, and that was a form of protest. And it looked like she did it just to give her some publicity so she could go out and trash Trump. And the reason I've not talked about it is I just didn't, but you brought it up, so I'm talking about it now. That's a local story within the area of our radio station. And as inappropriate and out of control as that was, I didn't feel it was right to talk about the daughter of a fallen law enforcement officer like that, whose family is going through a grieving process, and I would imagine that there's people in his family that are plenty ticked off at her, and I didn't feel appropriate. I didn't think it was appropriate to bring it up since that is in our local listening area. But it really shows you how sick and twisted liberals are, doesn't it? You know, I mean, you know, you lose your dad, and your dad's being honored, and then you go out and you turn it into some Trump hate thing. What's one got to do with the other?
Yeah, I know, and that's the weird thing, and that's the power of the woke cult mind brain. Now, granted, I guess what I'm doing, and I apologize, Brian.
No, don't. I'm glad you brought it up.
Our own situation with a fallen man. Our case is a firefighter who was stabbed to death by a woman he was trying to help, and just how the power that's here in this blue area reacted. We're augusted. I mean, absolutely outraged by it. It's the whole thing is we have a whole lot of history of what's going on here in Kansas City with just really bad stuff, and I'm not going to go into it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is that you're going through in Kansas City, but you know, the thing with the girl with the deputy you're talking about, you know, there aren't as many liberals as there used to be, right? I mean, there's been a huge magatized, I'm calling it magatized, you know, red pilling of America, right? A lot of people have woken up because of President Trump, especially since Butler. Most of the people that are still liberal, outside of government people that make money off of it, they're either degenerates like these guys that play in the girls' sports, or they're mentally ill. And to be a liberal and act out the way they're acting. Look, they're firebombing Tesla dealerships because Elon Musk found people stealing from the U.S. Treasury. So when
a lot of old people too.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You know, so there aren't that many liberals anymore. That's why the Democrats are having such a hard time. You know, and but with the girl with the deputy, I just can't get myself to go after her or play the oddie. I mean, she lost her dad, and out of respect for her dad, I've just stayed away from the issue. I don't mind you bringing it up; it's fine. But that's why I'm not going to go after a man's daughter who laid down his life that way.
I just thought I'd let the cat.
Well, I'll tell you, it would be, but I mean, think about it. If that was in reverse for us, and you know, we were invited to the Biden White House, we wouldn't be happy about it, would we?
I would respect the office.
Well, I don't. She didn't. I'll say this for her: she didn't do anything disrespectful while she was there.
Yes, I saw that.
You know, she gave the silent treatment. Like I said, it looked like she was nervous and grieving.
And
but
she did look like a goth girl.
Yeah, but afterwards she did that. I think it was, you know, the way she acted was inappropriate. But at least she didn't do it in the Oval Office. You know, like when you're watching these congressional hearings and then these liberal lunatics act out behind them when they're doing the testimony, right? The pink ladies and all of that. She could have pulled something like that, and she didn't.
Yeah. It's kind of the Chevy Chase thing when somebody's giving a dialogue on Saturday Night Live and Chevy Chase is making faces. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But I think it was, you know, and I don't know anything about her father, but most police officers in this country are Democrats.
Yes, that's true. It's the way it is here.
Yeah, because they work for the government. Like, I bet you, I don't gamble, but I would almost bet that Derek Chauvin, that's the George Floyd cop, is a lifelong Democrat, right? Yeah. I mean, you know, most police officers are Democrats, and you know, and it is not always the case. Like, Steve has kids that are hardcore anti-Trump people that are upset with him, but I'm lucky. My daughter is hardcore Trump, MAGA all the way. But our children are reflections of us, and her acting out that way. Maybe her father didn't like Trump. Maybe she was honoring.
yeah,
maybe she was
yeah.
honoring her father by acting that way. Is what I'm telling you. Maybe her father did not like Trump at all. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember the beer summit, that officer was a hardcore Democrat.
And he probably still is. But you
Yeah,
know what?
yeah, you know-
Even though think about this, even though most police officers are Democrats, and Palm Beach County is a Democrat county where, I live in Palm Beach County. President Trump lives in Palm Beach County, but it's a hardcore Democrat county. It's one of the Democrat strongholds of Florida. So the chances are her father could have been a Democrat. Good chance of it. So maybe she was honoring her father. Maybe her father hated Trump.
Really? Well, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I know that at Palm Beach Gardens, I have a gal I graduated with who told me, yeah, I mean, it's to the left of Paul Pot. That's her words, not mine.
Well, yeah, and they, I mean, look, the mayor of Palm Beach was causing all kinds of problems for the security around Trump. And if you remember, they prosecuted, the Palm Beach County prosecutor prosecuted Rush Limbaugh on doctor shopping. It was the first case of doctor shopping ever prosecuted in the United States. So
I remember that.
So Palm Beach is a hardcore Democrat county. Now again, my neighborhood is very MAGA, but I'm a minority in the county. So what I'm telling you is, it is possible that her father hated Trump.
Yeah, I can understand that. So you live in the Staten Island of Palm Beach.
Yeah.
Staten Island is very conservative in New York.
Well, would you want your father honored by President Biden?
I would respect the office.
She was respectful while she was there. She didn't do anything disrespectful. She could have gone on a rant, right? He offered her the microphone in front of the press. So she could have...
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he asked her, do you want to speak? And she said no. I saw it. That's why I thought she was grieving and nervous. She could have taken...
I can understand that.
So she could have gone on an anti-Trump rant in the Oval Office. He spoke, and then he said, do you want to say anything? And she said no. So could you... Now, if she would have done that, that would have been a whole other thing.
Well, she seemed kind of mindful, well-spoken, intelligent, but she still has
For a
the
liberal.
woke mind virus.
Yeah, that's the woke mind virus. All right, listen, appreciate the call. Take care. All right, we'll take our first break of the second hour and be back. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. If you're on hold, hang in there. That doesn't even look like Jasmine Crockett. I didn't even recognize her. I'm going to play this clip. She's on with Jim Acosta. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And if you're on hold, hang in there. If you'd like to call in, the number's pinned in the live chat. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. You're listening to the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. Okay, I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret, which is absolutely amazing and has changed my life in so many ways. Yesterday, I don't weigh myself too much. I weighed myself the first 6 weeks that I started Coastal Weight Loss Secret, and I was losing about a pound a day. And then when I started noticing these changes in my body, like my face looks a lot thinner now, doesn't it? My neck, my stomach is flat, my pants are falling off my body. I started really going by the appearance of my body, more so than my weight. And I always know I'm losing weight because I have to put another hole in my belt. I can see it in my face. I can see it in my stomach. I have a completely flat stomach now. I mean, to be 54 years old, do no exercise, eat food I would normally eat, I'm not taking any prescription medications like Ozempic, and have a flat stomach, that's unheard of. And the biggest compliment I get for people, other than you've lost so much weight, is you look a lot younger. I get a lot of that too. But I weighed myself yesterday for the first time in a while. I couldn't, and this was in the afternoon. I had eaten, and before I was weighing myself in the mornings. I'd get out of the shower and I'd weigh myself when I was naked because I'd had nothing to eat, nothing to drink, and I got no clothes on. And yesterday, my wife and I were rearranging all the furniture in our house, and there's a scale, and I stepped on the scale. I could not believe how little I weigh and how much weight I've lost. You know, I've been telling you I've lost 37 pounds. I've lost a lot more than that. And it's amazing. I'm not going to tell you guys what I weighed and what I weigh now. Maybe I'm a little vain about that, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. Mainly, I'm embarrassed at how much I weighed. But where I'm at now is the lightest I have weighed since, oh man, maybe before I was married. I couldn't believe it. Fully clothed in the afternoon, shoes on, belt on, MAGA hat on, jeans on, shirt on, and I weighed less than I've weighed since before I got married. This is amazing. Give Coastal Weight Loss Secret a call, no matter how much weight you want to lose, 20 pounds or 200 pounds, or anywhere in between. Give them a call. It's easy. 561-247-6300. 561-247-6300. Make sure you tell them when you call you heard about them on the True Oldies channel. And online, coastalweightlossecret.com. Okay, Jim Acosta has an online show which is on Substack. And I don't know anything about Substack. I mean, I don't know, but that's where he's at. I don't know why he's on Substack, but he had Jasmine Crockett on. And let me play this. This is Jasmine Crockett and Jim Acosta. Okay, now I want to stop here. There's a new talking point. Acosta had it here, and there was a Democrat congressman that I never heard of before who was talking about this yesterday too, and Acosta's talking about it with Jasmine Crockett yesterday. They're all starting and I've heard others, they're all starting to complain that the ICE agents are wearing masks. And the reason they're wearing masks are a couple of reasons. One, it's undercover. But two, it's to protect their identity so they're not doxxed. I've had 3 people in the last few days that are listeners of this program attempt to dox me. One tried to do it on the show yesterday. And somebody tried to do it on the air last week too. And they want them to take the masks off so they can attack them and their families. They want to dox these agents. That's why they're wearing masks. They're wearing the masks for their safety. And if you notice, the Democrats, they're starting to talk about the mask. But anyway, back to this.
members of Congress a hard time. And I'm worried about folks like yourself, Congresswoman, because I have to assume that, you know, of course they would like to arrest you and some of the others who are more outspoken in the House.
Okay. And I'll rewind it. Okay. And we'll hear Jasmine Crockett's response. So Jim Acosta said, of course they, meaning the Trump administration, want to arrest you. No one wants to arrest Jasmine Crockett. Okay? No one. No one wants to arrest Jasmine Crockett. But she's creating this thing to give her credibility. Right? Which she's, you know, the Democrats are desperate. Okay? They've got this thing going on now called Blue MAGA. Have you heard about Blue MAGA? Jesse Waters mentioned it, but it's been going on for a little while. The and you saw that overweight girl that likes the college kids that the Democrats have online. You know, they're doing all these things. You know, they're trying to gain credibility to gain steam. And if people want to, if the government wants to arrest Jasmine Crockett, that means she's on this. Oh boy, yeah, she's on to something. They're trying to make her a victim. They do not want to arrest Jasmine Crockett. Believe me, Jasmine Crockett is a great asset to the MAGA movement. She's helping us out a bit. All right, let me rewind it. Let's hear Jasmine Crockett's response to Acosta. Oh, she's right. They want to arrest me. And, you know, she's doing this interview with Acosta from her home, and you can see the wall behind her. She has a picture of herself behind her. How many of you have photographs of yourself on the walls of your home? Not me. You know what she forgot? She forgot her ghetto accent. She's talking like a normal person to Acosta. Who wants to lock up Jasmine Crockett? And who's talking about locking her up, by the way? Jasmine Crockett. But, you know, I played that for a couple reasons. The mask thing. You're starting to hear a lot about the mask. They want them to take the masks off. But Jasmine Crockett using her real voice, her real accent, not the ghetto one that you see when she's on The Breakfast Club and all these places. All right, you're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977. I'm Brian Craig. If you're on hold, hang in there. We're going to take our bottom of the hour break and be right back. If you're on hold, hang in there, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. All right, back to our phones at 1-888-465-2631. It is open phones on Friday, open MAGA Mike Friday, which means you can call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. It's Jeff from Maine.
Hey, Jeff. What's up?
Yeah, this email hack of Susie Wiles, that they're saying it used artificial intelligence. They're getting so sophisticated now, and some of the stuff they were trying to do, I believe Kash Patel will. There's no way I think they can get away with that.
It's not her email. They got see this the thing with Susie Wiles. I brought it up at the top of the show, and let me just recap it real quick, Jeff, and tell you and others why I brought it up. Susie Wiles, who, if you don't know, she's the chief of staff for President Trump. Someone hacked into her phone and was in there for weeks without her knowing, and was talking to top-level people. They had access to her entire phone book and her phone. And they hacked her phone, and nothing has leaked out, which means whoever hacked into it, they didn't find anything incriminating or embarrassing for the president or the White House in general or her, which is significant. But the AI's gotten out of control. It should be banned.
Yes. And I believe that too, Brian. And I did know it was a phone. I don't know why I said email, because they asked people. One person they asked who Trump should pardon. They were asking bizarre questions, and someone was asked for money.
Yeah, one of them was asking for money. But this AI, I've had my own voice cloned on AI. Someone did it to show me how it works, and I couldn't tell it wasn't me.
Wow.
I couldn't tell.
I don't even want to mess with it, Brian.
And it really needs to be outlawed. It is so dangerous.
I can't remember the video where I saw it, but they were saying AI is part of the Antichrist, and that movement that will come in to take over the world, and I can see how they could do that with that. It's very dangerous, and I believe that, Susie Wiles is a very high and trusted, close, confidential person in Trump administration.
Mm-hmm. No, it's scary. It is very scary, and it's getting a lot of publicity. People talk about it a lot. It's going to put everybody out of work and all this stuff, but it needs to be outlawed. The voice AI, because somebody had they used the AI to replicate Susie Wiles' voice, and they were calling people. Not just texting, calling people with her voice.
I believe I heard they said they found out about it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we're just finding out about it now. They're saying they don't think it was a foreign government. It may have been, it may not have been. But
that's a big important part to know right there.
It sure is. No, it's scary. When my voice, when someone cloned my voice on AI and played it back for me, it was creepy. I felt violated, and the reason I did is because I could not tell it wasn't me. I couldn't tell. It sounded just like me.
That's incredible that yourself couldn't tell it was AI.
Mm-hmm.
That's
they had it say something that I would normally say too. So it wasn't like it was saying things out of character. It's something I very well could have said. Yeah, it's scary.
Well, being, on a live talk radio show, they can listen to you and talk.
Well, I don't want to give them all the tools so people can start doing it. I probably shouldn't even, but it's out there. Yeah. All right, appreciate the call. It's scary, and this thing with Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, is pretty serious. I mean, they got all of her phone numbers and her phone, which are the top level people. She's been a senior MAGA Republican for years. Very dangerous what happened. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. This is David in Royal Palm.
Hey, David. What's up, David?
And, well, you had a caller on earlier who started ranting and raving about slavery.
Yes.
You're definitely a public school graduate. And, the thing that people don't bring up anymore is the reality that from 1776 until about 1814, the U.S. was in a 9/11 mood, worried about the British every day coming back. And, Britain completely controlled this place, the police, everything. If there was any military, it was all British. These people need to write letters to King Charles if they're worried about 1690.
King Charles. Well, here's the thing, okay? This country, even from its beginning, when they were debating the Declaration of Independence, we're talking about slavery, should it be abolished and all this. It was, and before the Civil War, there were other things that went on too, like Bloody Kansas, which you don't learn about anymore. So people were fighting to end slavery from the day before the United States was a real country of its own. But that's why that 1619 project came along. They wanted to declare the founding of the United States in 1619 because everyone knows that has half a brain that a lot of people died to end slavery in this country. So, but if they could put it back to 1619, they could, continue to blame us, as opposed to not, we ended slavery in the New World.
Exactly, and what a lot of people don't understand is, I think it was about 1834, I guess, what was the Whigs or whatever in the South, they knew all this, and they got together 1834, started the Democrat Party, and all that was really designed structurally to make sure that they wouldn't lose their free labor in the South. And they haven't changed.
Well, and remember, it's always been the Democrats. And what I mentioned to that caller, when Trump shut down the border, that was a slave trade. It was different than the Southern Democrat slave trade of the Gone with the Wind era. But the border, that was you even hear Democrats, who's going to clean your toilets? Who's going to mow your lawn? Who's going to pick the fruit? The Democrat, it's updated slavery.
Yeah, it's their mentality, and I'll tell you one that'll be controversial if I say it, but I know it from personal experience. Back in the 70s, when oil shot up, the price of new plastic shot up along with it, and that's when they decided plastic was dangerous for the environment. That was all a scam, and we're still doing free labor, putting plastic in bottles for these people that made millions.
And look what's going on. Trump's trying to bring manufacturing back. That's ending slavery, labor slavery in China, right?
Exactly. Yeah. None of these people look at it from that perspective.
President Trump has freed more people from bondage than Lincoln. That's a fact.
You're absolutely right.
I appreciate the call. I got to run for a break. Callers on hold, stand by. It is open MAGA Mike Friday. On Friday, you can call in about any and everything on your mind. You don't even have to comment on what we bring up, all right? It's the Steve Kane Show. Our number, 888-465-2631. I want to tell you about the doorbell camera offer from Salome. This is amazing, guys. I tell people a lot that there's a great convenience because you get a notification on your cell phone every time there's movement at your door. No matter where you are. When I'm on our cruises, I get the notifications. If I'm at Publix, I get the notification. Or if I'm in the backyard or indisposed in the house, and you can see who's at your door. And it's great. But it's also incredible for your home security. And the quality of the image is spectacular. I pointed this out to you in the past, but not for a while. The footage that you saw of the gang members in that apartment building in Colorado, that was taken from a doorbell camera. That's how good the footage is. So get your free doorbell camera from Slomin's with the installation of your Slomin Shield, all right? You're also going to get a customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. You get an LED touchscreen, a motion detector, 10 contacts, a lifetime warranty, and a backup battery, plus a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Slomin Shield. Give them a call right now, 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. That's 833-283-5050. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Welcome back, one and all. My name is Brian Craig, and this is Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. We've covered a lot. Just to recap a couple things at the top of the hour, what I was talking with Jeff about is Susie Wiles, President Trump's chief of staff. Her private personal cell phone was hacked. They got her entire phone book. They weren't just texting people. That were government officials, some of them in Congress and others. They also used AI to replicate her voice, and so that's what Jeff was talking about. But we got a big day today. Later in the day, we've got a Trump rally in Pittsburgh, which I'm very excited about. And these Trump rallies become more and more important all the time because, you know, there's a lot going on now, and it's nice we have the president back. Am I the only one who still gets goosebumps that President Trump's president again? It's so surreal, isn't it? After the 4-year break to be back at a 9-consecutive term, it's crazy, it's exciting, and it's hard to believe it's even happened, right? Because you know it was a long 4 years, guys, longer for him with everything he went through, and it's in Pittsburgh because it's about the U.S. Steel. And you know, the reason they could, President Trump, I don't know if he'll say it today or not, but they couldn't let the Japanese buy the company because U.S. Steel made all the ships that we defeated Japan with. Okay, so there was a lot of symbolism and with that company. It's it's an important company. But today at 1:30, President Trump is having a press conference in the Oval Office with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk. What Elon Musk has done, guys, is you can't even measure what he's done, okay, so far as the greatness with Doge. And what I hear a lot of people, and a lot of them are MAGA people, and I think their outlook on things is a little short-sighted. It's what Elon has done is not just the waste that they've uncovered. It's that he's shown the American people how corrupt the United States government is and how much they're stealing and what they're stealing and what they're using it for. And that's never going to be forgotten. And that's going to help us through these 4 years. Marjorie Taylor Greene is introducing bills next week in the House to make law what Doge uncovered, okay? They are going to do that, and it's going to be in a separate bill. The Democrats are not going to be able to run their normal arguments against tax cuts anymore. You know, most Americans are in a 50% tax bracket. You just don't know it. Between the tax on your gas, your auto renewal on your auto tags, your property taxes, your income taxes, your payroll taxes. You know, we're so overtaxed. So overtaxed. And I've heard liberals all the time over the years in the past say, well, I'm proud to pay my tax, do my. When Elon Musk has woken us up to the theft that's going on from the National Treasury, you haven't heard them make a single argument against really, none of the main ones, none of the main Democrats, against the tax cuts in this big, beautiful bill. And then we got these other bills coming with more tax cuts. How can they make a case against it when Elon exposed all of this? He's still the first bud. In fact, J.D. Vance did an interview with Greg Kelly from Newsmax last night. Did any of you see this? And he said he's still going to be a senior advisor, but he's got some big, important companies that he's got to get back to running. All right, but anyway, the press conference with President Trump and Elon Musk is around 1:30 today, and then the rally will be later in the day. So we got a big MAGA day on this Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, good morning. It's Tom. How are you?
Tom, what's on your mind today?
Okay, let's see. I guess a lot of people are. I would think that he made a promise to cut $1 trillion, and now it's not even close to that. So, with that being said, besides cutting things up very uncarefully and not knowing what he's doing, slashing prices.
Who are you talking about? Slashing prices? He's slashing prices?
Yeah, he's slashing prices, man. He's slashing everything you could think of. USAID, Social Security for certain people, and all these.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Who's had? Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. We may have breaking news. You may have said something that you may have just broken a major news story. President Trump and Elon Musk are cutting Social Security for people. Who's getting their Social Security cut?
Well, actually, I could actually. Hey, you ready for this? Florida citizen and going, taking care of my mother when they stop when I stop by. They have cut her Social Security. So yeah, they've cut.
Who's cut her? When was her Social Security cut?
Okay.
No, not okay. When was her Social Security cut?
Last month.
Last month, from what to what? How much a month? You're so full of it.
Probably about. Hey, Brian, it dropped from.
President Trump hasn't passed a single. President Trump.
400.
President.
About $450.
Her Social Security is $450 less than it was last month.
Less.
President, you just made that entire. You are. Let me tell Tom. You are a liar. Come on, President Trump.
I wish.
President, no, you hold on. Enough with this interrupting, okay? I'm sorry. President Trump hasn't passed a single bill yet into law. Okay. So if he hasn't passed a single bill, how did he cut? If he didn't pass anything, how did he cut her Social Security? Why did they when they sent her the letter in the mail? Why did they tell her it was being reduced by $450 a month? Come on.
Yeah, I'm dead serious, Brian.
No. They sent her. Your mother received a letter. Tom.
That's why.
Tom, your mother. If this happened, your mother received a letter in the mail. Okay, the letter that your mother.
I have no idea what's going on with your thing.
What's going on? You won't stop talking. Stop talking and listen. Okay, I know you said something stupid. Now you could end this and admit you made it up and confess, but you're trying to play this lie out. Okay. If your mother, you won't stop talking. When you say that Trump cut your mother's Social Security by how much?
I will say the government.
By how much?
My mother's
By how much?
I already told you, Brian, about 450.
Okay, when they send her, when they sent her the letter in the mail telling her her Social Security was being reduced, what did the letter say was the reason?
Brian, I don't have my mother's paperwork in front of me.
Oh, she didn't call you? She didn't call you and say, I got a letter in the mail saying my Social Security? Come on, Tom. Admit you made that up.
Actually, I saw it.
Okay, then what'd the letter say? Then what'd the letter say?
Okay. It says, due to the fact of what you make, you are you are under the.
Oh my goodness! Enough. I'll tell you what. You get the letter. You take out the name, take a screenshot, and DM it to me. I'll read it on the air. Oh my goodness. Liar, liar, pants on fire, nose as long as a telephone wire. Remember that one? Oh my goodness. I got to talk at Tom's level. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, hi, Greg. My name's Matt. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, Matt. How are you?
Doing great. I was watching your live stream, and are you like a MAGA guy, like hardcore, or?
Yeah, I'm a MAGA man, and I am MAGA for life. That's right.
Cool. I just wanted to.
Here we go. Yeah, go pick my MAGA brain.
Security.
Pick my MAGA brain, please.
No, I just wanted to see where like you would stand on like people talking about cutting Social Security. How do you feel about that?
People can talk about cutting Social Security all day. It's America.
I'm not debating that. I just think like, what's the value of it if it's going to make?
What's the value? What's the value of what? What's the value of what?
Cutting Social Security.
No one is cutting Social Security.
No, but I'm saying there's a lot of talk, especially from Trump and some.
No, there's no talk from Trump about cut. Now, excuse me. Trump's not talking about cutting Social Security.
Oh, yeah.
Liberals are talking about. No, he's not. That's a lie. In fact, in the bill, he's increasing Social Security. Senior citizens are getting the big beautiful bill have another deduction of $4,500 a year off their taxes. So he's giving them more money in their pocket. The only people talking about cutting Social Security are Democrats like the last caller who are making it up, or never Trumpers like you that don't know what they're talking about. Trump is not cutting Social Security or Medicaid off of people.
I love how you get into label. I love how you get into identity politics. It's so nice.
Well, I can tell by your tone you don't like Trump.
I'm just not a fan. I'm not like a never Trumper. I just don't think I don't like his policies.
You don't like his policies? What Trump policy? What Trump policy do you not like?
Well, he hasn't really passed it much of anything.
Are you kidding? He shut down the border. He shut down the border. He just made a deal bringing $5 billion in business from the Middle East to the United States.
Those are executive orders. When I talk about policy, I'm talking about law.
The big beautiful bill is about to be passed. No tax on Social Security. I'm sorry, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and a 4,500 and a 4,500.
We don't know that.
Well, you don't know it. I know it.
It's been over 100 days of him being in as a president.
Yeah.
He hasn't passed one single law.
He is. That's why he's doing it all in one. He's doing it in one big beautiful bill. It's about to pass now.
It's just a tax bill.
No, it's not. It's more than a tax. I see. You don't pay taxes. What do you do for a living?
I'm actually a nurse.
And what kind of nurse?
RN.
An RN.
I do emergency medicine.
What? Yeah. Like, when's the last time you saw a patient?
I had a gunshot patient on my last shift.
And, okay. And how much do you earn a year as an emergency room RN?
Well, I started about 2 years ago, so I make entry-level wages, which is about, I want to say, $45 an hour.
$45 an hour. Do you ever work overtime?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're gonna get no tax on overtime. Is about to pass.
I mean,
Trump is giving you a raise.
well,
Listen, I'm out of time for
that.
I'm out of time for the hour. It's the Steve Kane Show. We only have 2 seconds. I'm Brian. Steve will be joining us back after this. Hey, you there? All right, I'm going to put you on hold for a minute, then I'll pick you up on the speaker. Hold on. Okay. All right, you there, Steve?
Yes.
All right, hold on. We're not.
A little louder, please.
Okay, hold on. Okay, how's that?
Better.
Okay. Okay, we'll be back in just over a minute.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, hold on. All right. You there, Steve?
Yes, I am.
All right. Hour number 3 has begun. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977, celebrating 48 years on the radio. I'm Brian Craig, Steve Kane joining us. You know, Steve, in a couple of months, we're going to hit the 49th anniversary in August of the Steve Kane Show.
The 50th, the big 5-0.
Yeah, well, we got to get through the 49th first, which is in August.
Don't drive us crazy first.
Oh, my goodness. All right, well, welcome. We got a lot going on. Do you want to go to the phones? Do you have somewhere you wanted to go? What do you want to do?
No, I was hoping you had a direction.
I've got all kinds of directions, but let's take a call or two. And I wouldn't be surprised if that nurse calls back. I'll let him call back. He can tell us why he doesn't want Trump's no tax on overtime when he earns overtime as a nurse. I was curious about that. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, hi.
Oh, here we go. Yes. Hi. Yes, I think he is high. I think that was the problem with that guy. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jesse from Ohio.
Hey, Jesse. What's on your mind?
Hey, Brian. How you doing?
All right. Good. You called us. Yeah, I can hear you. What's on your mind?
Oh, you know, I wanted to make a comment to all these people calling in and saying, like,
Trump's cutting Medicaid, Trump's cutting Medicare, Trump's cutting this, Trump's cutting that. Like, I wonder if these people have ever been in, like, the workforce, today's modern workforce, which is completely bloated. You have, especially in government, you have 5 people doing the job of 1 person. And I just wonder if these people understand that you can cut what Medicaid receives without cutting the output of what it gives.
Okay,
to
well,
people.
listen, what Trump said, first off, he's not cutting Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid. That's a lie. That's just something they say.
No, I get that, and I 100%
And
agree.
well, let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought. But actually, what he's doing is pouring a lot of money back into it. As an example, this Marjorie Taylor Greene next week is going to start introducing legislation making the Doge cuts and executive orders the law of the land. One of them is the reduction of the prescriptions. That alone is going to pour billions of dollars back into Medicare and Medicaid. This idea, and I mean, now he's taking all the illegals off of Medicaid and the ones that are committing identity theft and receiving Social Security benefits. Yeah, they're getting the illegals are getting their benefits cut, but he's not cutting off anything to Americans.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that he's cutting the recipients, but these people use the phrase cuts to Medicaid as a blanket statement. I mean, they do realize that if we reduce the workforce in Medicaid by like 10% and expected the employees to do their full job, that too, you could cut the costs of Medicaid down, but still have the same output.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying.
Wait a minute. But
so that guy who just put in, who's the RN, I guarantee you.
Hold on. Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call. Yeah. Go ahead, Steve. I couldn't hear you with the caller.
What I'm saying, he assumes that they know these things, and they don't know these things. They don't understand reality as we understand it, and they basically think in terms of bumper sticker slogans
that are meaningless. Yeah, and I'll tell you something.
Exactly.
I'll tell you something. The last, you're giving these liberals too much credit. Okay, there aren't that many liberals anymore. If you haven't noticed, the Democrats are starting a new movement, Steve, called Blue MAGA. Blue MAGA.
I heard you talking about it.
Yeah, and they're trying to get this thing going of Blue MAGA. There's no such thing as Blue MAGA. That's that's like. Blue MAGA, that doesn't even make sense, right? That's like saying, I don't know what it's like saying, but it doesn't make sense. There are not very many liberals now. There's a handful of people, okay? And they repeat these talking points from MSNBC and CNN. And a lot of them are seminar callers. And what they want you to do is they want to hijack the discussion and get you to talk about it and make it seem like these things are reality. President Trump not only is not cutting... So they could not get no taxes on Social Security through the House. Apparently, there's some rules that prevent them from doing that. So what they did is seniors are going to get a tax deduction of $4,500 off of their Social Security, on top of the over $7,000 deduction you already get. So that's probably better than no taxes. A lot of people are going to be getting refunds with that weren't getting refunds before. Wow. Yeah, I know. That's a good thing. Yeah, I know. Isn't that something?
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it too. And today at 1:30, President Trump is having a press conference with Elon Musk because it's Elon's last day with Doge. And he wants everybody to know that he's still the first bud and all of that. And he has some pretty big companies he's got to get back to running. But Elon Musk with Doge has opened up the eyes of millions of Americans on how much theft was going on from the government. I mean, it's insane what's going on. And
theft and fraud.
Yeah.
Synonymous.
Yeah. So what the Democrats, the few that are left, are doing, the big beautiful bill is a major tax cut. That one thing of deducting the interest on your auto loans on American-made cars is in the big beautiful bill. That's huge. You know what that's going to do to the auto industry? The cars are going to be selling like crazy, on American-made vehicles.
For sure.
and that helps I mean, that's just huge. The amount of help that's going to give, and every tax bill I have ever heard, I've heard the Democrats, they say, okay, tax cuts are great, but the country can't afford them. How are you going to pay for them? So they can't say that now. So what are they doing? They're trying to scare senior citizens. You're getting your Social Security cut. And in fact, you're getting a raise on your Social Security because you're going to get a $4,500 tax deduction on your Social Security benefits. That's huge. I'd take that any day. I'd rather take that than the extra couple dollars a month you would get on the taxes. I mean, that's great. So actually, Social Security recipients are going to be getting more money. And they might get it in the form of a tax return. And I'd rather get the tax return than a few dollars extra each month myself, Steve, because you get that lump sum. You know what I mean with the tax return? I'd rather get the lump sum than a few dollars a month. I don't know how about you. So, I mean, I think it actually worked out better. But so what they're doing is they're going back. Remember Rush used to talk about the Democrats have that old worn out playbook and they always go back to it. They go back to the scaring of seniors, right? Medicare and Social Security cuts. And it unfortunately is effective on a lot of seniors.
The race card.
In the race card.
The race card, too.
Yeah. All right, now listen.
The unreliables for the Democrats.
If you'd like to call in, our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. Steve, before we take a call, I want to talk about Dr. Appleton. Dr. Appleton, walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays. Tomorrow is Saturday. Living in pain does not have to be a part of your life, okay? And taking medication to relieve you of your pain does not have to become a part of your life. And, the medications make things worse, in my opinion. I'm not a doctor, but, on top of the fact that you can become a junkie. Who wants to be a junkie, right? You don't want to get addicted. But what the pain medications do is just mask the pain. There's something still wrong with you. The pain is a signal your body is giving you that something is damaged. Dr. Appleton's laser away pain treatment repairs the damage that is causing you the pain. That's why the 7 times he's rid me of pain, it hasn't returned. In August is not only the beginning of the 49th year of the Steve Kane Show on the radio, it's also the 3rd anniversary of the first time Dr. Appleton rid me of pain, which was in my right knee, that I'd suffered from since I was about 20 years old. And it's gone. And you know what? We're coming up on 3 years. The pain has not returned. It works. It lasts. There's no appointment necessary. Walk-ins are welcome even on Saturdays. There's no shots, no injections, no drugs, no downtime, no surgery. And oh yeah, it works. That's the best part. Stop living with pain. Give Dr. Appleton a call and say bye-bye to your pain too. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonChiro.com. All right, Steve, do you want to go back? You want to go back to the phone, Steve? What do you want to do?
It's up to you. Do you have
I got plenty of stuff, but we got a lot of calls too. Hold on, let me take care of these calls. We've got only one opening on our board at 888-465-2631. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Craig, it's the nurse again.
Hey, the nurse. Okay. What's so funny about that?
That's just I'm glad to be back on.
Okay, it's usually one call per day, but we lifted it because you're new to the show, and we were up against the break. So you don't like Trump. Trump is giving you you told me you're a nurse. You earn $45 an hour. You work overtime. Trump is giving you a massive pay raise in the big beautiful bill. Which means no taxes on overtime. So you're going to get a big, beautiful raise doing your nursing. Why are you giving Trump so much grief? Don't you want that pay raise?
So in terms of like Social Security, I agree with the.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about your no tax on overtime.
But because one, we have a huge debt. And honestly, we need to pay it off. So I don't mind paying more in taxes. If that means
you don't mind paying more in taxes. Didn't you see what Elon Musk exposed? What they're doing with your tax money? They're renting out stadiums for parties. They're creating transgender comic books in Brazil. I mean, come on. I'm starting to think you really don't make. How much do
wait,
you earn? How much do you earn in over?
so-
How much do you make in overtime?
I want to say if I'm not working overtime, I'll make like $2,000 a week.
$2,000 a week.
Overtime, I'll make around. Yeah.
And with overtime, how much a week?
I want to say closer to $3,000.
Well, you'll be making, if you're making $2,800 now with your overtime a week, you're going to be making over $3,000 a week. And, you know, that's a lot of money.
But it's going to raise our,
Thanks to Trump.
raise our national debt.
It's not going to raise our national. What about your personal debt?
Our deficit's going up.
What's that?
I was very fortunate enough to actually get my nursing school funded through financial aid. So I actually don't owe any school debt.
Are you married with kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have kids, but I am married.
You're married. Okay. You're married to a woman?
Of course.
What do you mean, of course? You're liberal. You could be married to a man.
Hey, man, you want to have a conversation or you just want to attack my character? It's up to you.
I'm not attacking your character. I'm trying to learn some things about you.
No, you are. You said I'm a MAGA. You said I hate Trump.
I didn't say you hate Trump. I said you're obviously a never Trumper. And maybe
I'm a Trump hater.
I'm starting to think you're a
You said I'm a
homophobe.
Trump hater.
Steve, he sounds offended that I asked him if he's married to a woman. I don't. What are you?
I'm not a homophobe, bro. You're coming up as a homophobe.
I just want to know if you're married to a man or a woman. You said you're married to a woman.
And
when you and your wife.
You said really, like you were surprised.
By the way, this is calling Brian bro. You black?
Am I black?
Is there an echo in here? Yeah, that's the question. What's the answer?
I'm not black, if that's what you're asking.
He's straight and white, Steve.
Where did the bro thing come from?
I'm not necessarily white. I'm like half Brazilian and half Jewish.
Well, what was the bro about? I'm trying to understand you.
What was the what?
Why do you say bro? Bro is a colloquial phrase, slang black for two black people talking to each other.
I'm like a Gen Zer, so like I use bro as like a term of endearment. I use the term bro as a term of endearment. I'm a Gen Zer. Sorry if I use some slang. Do you want me to be a little bit more professional?
Why do you try to picture yourself over as black?
I'm not black at all. I never claimed that. You assumed
why
that.
are you using black phrases, colloquial phrases like bro?
Do I have to curb my language just to make you happy?
Well, you say you claim to be college educated. We expect a certain vocabulary from college educated registered nurses.
I think that's a misconception. Just because people are college educated doesn't mean they speak a certain way, you know?
You know what I wonder about I wonder about you, caller? Okay. The reason I asked you the reason I asked
You can call me Matthew. You can call
I don't
me Matthew.
I don't
I know. You don't care.
I don't care. I don't care what your name is.
Yeah, I know.
Bro, we'll call him bruh.
Yeah,
I'm going to call you bro. Is that okay?
What's your question? I can barely hear this guy. He's like mumbling. I can barely
Well,
hear him.
you're gonna listen. You say you're married to a woman. So you're married. So okay. You said that you want to continue to pay taxes on your overtime because the government needs more money. I'm wondering. Let's find out how honest you are. When you and your wife file your income taxes, do you file zero deductions or do you take deductions? Like, as an example, the deduction that married couples get. That's why, as if you were married, there's a marriage deduction. So do you take the marriage deduction and other deductions, or do you claim zero deductions?
I mean, we file joint. We don't have kids as dependents.
I didn't ask, do you take deductions? Do you take deductions?
I don't really do my taxes. My wife does it for me.
Does your wife take, well, you sign it. Does your wife take deductions for you?
To be honest, I don't really know.
You don't know.
I'm not really into
right. I just, Steve, I got to tell you, the reason I have a hard time having conversations with some of these liberals everything they say is just a lie. And I just can't have a debate or a discussion with people that are lying at every step of the way. I mean, everybody takes whatever deductions they can. I don't believe that he's a nurse. I don't believe that he's married. I don't believe any of that. Okay, although maybe he's married because he said his wife does his taxes. That's a tip off of a married guy.
The problem with him is not only is he a liar, but he's not a good liar. He's an obvious liar.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
If you're going to lie, you better try to rehearse a little bit. You get better at it.
Exactly. All right, listen, we're going to take our first break of the third hour. It's the Steve Kane Show. We'll be right back. All right, Steve, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to speak up just a little bit because you're a little low. You're not. I don't know if your mouth is not right close to the.
Okay, just I'm going to appreciate you telling me.
Okay. All right, Steve, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hold on. Have you heard somebody that is an hourly worker who wants to pay more in taxes? I've never heard of such a thing. Come on.
Well, you nailed it. He's not very truthful.
Yeah.
Truth is not his thing.
No.
Bro.
All right. One opening on the board, so stand by. We'll be back in about a minute. Hold on. All right. Oh. All right. You there, Steve?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Every line is lit. Okay. You there, Steve? Steve? Steve, you there? All right, we are back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. Back to our phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Amber, and unfortunately, I'm calling from California.
What's unfortunate about it?
Oh, California. It's not the same state that I once loved.
Okay.
Anyways, I just wanted to give a data boy to the recent order that my president put in for the West Los Angeles building that should be housing about 6,000 of our homeless veterans by 2028.
Okay.
Very excited about that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Appreciate the call. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi there. Hi, Brian and
Hey.
Steve. Nice talking to you. Sandra from Delray. You had a previous caller, Tom, that said his mother's Social Security was reduced. And at the end of the call, he said because her income, and then it was cut off. I'm an accountant, and what happened in that situation, this has been going on forever, nothing to do with Trump. When you make a certain amount of income, but it's a very high level, they start to give you, it's called a Medicare penalty, a Medicare penalty. So what it is the Medicare is taken out of your Social Security every month. But once you get the Medicare penalty, the Medicare is increased. So your Social Security.
Well, he said, listen. Hold on, it's hard to get. He said $450 a month. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, it could be. Now, if she's making that much money, she should have an accountant. I'm sure. So if she brings that to her accountant, he could explain it to her.
Well, what I'd like to do is I would like Tom to actually share the letter. Believe me, if it happened, she got the letter.
I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
All right.
And you can get away with that penalty if there's different excuse. Like in other words, you lost your job, something that happened in an emergency. Then they'll give you a respite. But this has been going on forever.
Okay.
Nothing to do with Trump at all.
Okay. Appreciate the call from an accountant. You're on the air.
It is. All right.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
If there's different excuse.
Oh my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Jay from Jersey.
Yes.
And I know. I just got a word. Before I tell you what I call for, I got a word from Miss Barbara. She sounds like a nice Oreo cookie. That's all I got to say about you, Barbara. But back to what I called about. I noticed on a government website. Well, let me ask you. Today I noticed you were showing this thing with President Trump. It's a big old metal statue or something you were showing. And you said you look at them, they got the flag hanging there. Didn't you say that earlier today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a sculpture. Right? I showed everybody. I have a sculpture of President Trump the day that the Never Trumpers shot him. The fight. Yes.
When he got shot. Okay, we've seen the sculpture, but you said you love that flag, right?
Well, no, I said
you were saying that, right?
Well, finish what you're going to say, and then I'll respond. I mean, yeah. Yes, I love the flag of the United States.
I'm asking you about the flag.
Yes.
You like the United States flag.
Yes, I love the flag of the United States.
The flag,
yes,
don't you?
yes.
Okay. So why did Trump change it?
Change what?
Why did he change the flag?
He did not change the flag. When did President Trump change the flag? We have a new flag now?
Okay. Go to any government website. He has changed the flag. It's red, white. Wait a minute. Let me say it. It's red, white, blue, and 9 stars. He changed the flag.
No, President Trump did not change the flag of the United States.
He did change it.
No, he did not.
Did you see it?
Which flag? The flag of the United States? Yeah, it has.
Okay, listen to this.
It has 50 stars.
You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying?
No. I just think you're. I think you are. No. Excuse me. You hold on. Sometimes there will be a flag on a graphic that doesn't have all 50 stars because they can't get them in the graphic. President Trump didn't change the flag of our country. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Art from Boca.
Yes, Art.
Yeah, question. I missed most of the show, but Mark Levin a long time ago had a very top lawyer on. It had to do with when Trump was convicted in New York State, and he quoted a similar case in another state where the Supreme Court threw it out. Why didn't Trump's lawyers use that and go to the Supreme Court? They said, don't go up the ladder to the appellate or wherever
I have no idea.
Go straight to the Supreme Court.
I have no idea. That's a good question. No idea. That's a good question. You're talking about like with Judge Merchan in New York. Why not go to the Supreme Court?
Was that?
You're talking like the felony convictions. Why not go to the Supreme Court?
Because this particular lawyer cited the actual case the Supreme Court threw out, and it was a precedent.
I have no idea. I didn't hear it. So I can't comment on something I didn't hear or don't know about. I don't know. All right, I appreciate the call. Listen, we're going to take a break and be back. It was my fault. It's my fault. I'll call you after and tell you. I can't tell you now because I can't let people hear what's going on. We're in the break at the bottom. I'm going to put you on hold, but I'll call you when I get off the air and tell you what's going on. I can't tell you. Yeah. We're at the bottom of the hour, but something happened. I just can't tell you now. Okay. Steve, you there? Okay, hold on, not yet. Hold on. All right, you there, Steve?
I'm here.
Yeah, hold on. I'll call you after. I'll call you after and tell you what's going on. I'll tell you. It's just.
I can hardly hear you.
Oh my God. How's that? Is that better?
I'm here.
Okay, stand by. Now I'm having a bad day.
Can you throw it to me when you come back?
Yeah. 2 minutes. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'll call you after this. Give me like 5 or 10 minutes after the show, and I'll call you.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Back in a minute. 1 minute. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve Kane is here. So you had somewhere you wanted to go, Steve?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to pick up where we left off when we had our unfortunate technical difficulty. What we were dealing with, you had a caller on who was white, and who it turns out in the course of our call we learned was he's a white liberal, and he all of a sudden, in the middle of the call, he starts talking about using the slang, bro. He kept calling Brian bro with everything he said. And what that's about is, as a white liberal, he knows he has no credibility in the eyes of the audience. So all of a sudden, the Bro Act appears because he feels no one will believe him unless they think he's black.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I do. Yes. Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to point
That guy had
out.
that guy had a lot of problems. I got a lot of problems too, but I'll tell you about them later. Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm here for.
You know, there's nothing like when you the Steve Kane Show is the longest running radio show in the state of Florida. And things happen during the shows all the time. Like sometimes things happen in your personal life, right? You know, and you still got to go on the air and do the show. Yeah, and one of the things that I have people text me during the show, which is fine. A lot of friends of mine will text me during the show that are listening. But don't text me bad news during the show, right? Don't text me bad news during the show. Wait till 9 o'clock. And people love to text bad news sometimes. They don't mean anything by it, but something will happen. Oh, yeah, Brian, or, Dad, or something. Something. Wait till 9 o'clock. Okay? Okay. Do you want to go to the phones? What do you want to do?
Sure, let's take some calls.
All right, let's go.
Momentum here.
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, if I'm lying so much, you go to a government website and see what the flag look like, and you see
Okay.
I'm not lying.
What I told you is, okay, I'm not saying you're lying about this flag you saw, okay? But listen, I understand that Trump derangement syndrome does impair the brain's ability to clearly think.
It softens your brain, is what it does.
So, yes. So,
yeah, our brains are mush.
Now, on that point, we're going to, yes, your brain is mush.
Our brains are mush
listen.
Because of what Trump has been putting
I am going to get out the crayons and the fat pencils again, okay? Everyone.
Why don't you go to the website and see
because,
the flag that I said is
listen,
there?
I'm going to have this conversation.
Do that. Prove me wrong.
Okay, okay, let me get you up to speed. Thank you for your call. He called in before the bottom of the hour, Steve, and said that Trump changed the flag of the United States. And I'm a little shocked about that. I missed that, and I didn't see it in the news. He said he went to a government website and it only had, I don't know, he said 9 stars instead of 50. And what I was trying to explain to his Trump derangement suffering brain is this. Isn't it? I mean, I hate to have to explain this, but it's so stupid. If Trump changed the flag, that takes an act of Congress. Believe me, it would be talked about. We would know about it. Sometimes, and I'm assuming this is what happened with this idiot, the flag with all 50 stars, when you have a graphic of the flag of the United States, you can't fit all 50 stars in the graphic individually. So sometimes, like if you hand draw an American flag, it may not have 50 stars in it because you don't have room with your hand to draw them in there. That's probably what he saw. And he's created this thing in his mind that Trump has changed the flag. Now, the only thing that shocked me about the call is that we got a liberal who's defending the sovereignty and the great American flag of the United States. I've never heard a liberal defend the flag. They usually want to burn it. But we've always talked to liberals, Steve, on the show. Always. I mean, that's part of the Steve Kane Show, talking to people who disagree with us. But have you noticed?
Exactly.
But haven't you noticed that the liberals are really devolving?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
it's hard. Like the guy who was pretending to be a nurse and he wants to continue to pay taxes on his overtime. And this guy.
I have an ex-wife whose husband after me, just passed on. He died.
Uh-huh.
And her life is very precarious, and I'm trying to. Me and the kids are helping to try to calm her down. All that. She's an ardent liberal Democrat.
Oh my
and
goodness.
She was used to be a very sane person, but she's so consumed with liberal politics now that the poor creature's coming apart. And I feel so bad, and I'm worried about her because she's really in trouble.
Now, for those that are wondering why Steve's talking to his ex-wife, you have children with her. So you have a vested interest. You have children with the children.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, and just, it's hard to talk with these people that they're brain damaged, these liberal callers.
Yeah.
These are not the liberals we used to talk to.
It's a mental illness, full of mental illness.
And what's happened is,
really
and they're delusional. So like as an example, the guy with the flag story. Obviously, Trump is not. If the flag was being changed, it would be very controversial because the flag of the United States stands for some very great historical things about our nation's history. It would be very much debated. Okay? But we can't sit around and debate his liberal hallucination. You understand what I mean? You know, they have believe me,
I understand what you mean. I've lost family members over the.
Well, see, I'm lucky. I have a MAGA family. Everyone in my family loves Trump. And you know what's crazy that sometimes you get together with people in your family you haven't seen for 20 or 30 years. Right? Get-togethers or cousins and stuff. Everyone loves Trump. There's only one person in my entire family, I'm talking about extended family, there's only one person who hates Trump. And they're the one person that doesn't have a job. I'm not kidding. Everybody else is MAGA. So I don't have to go through what you go through. And I know it must be difficult. It is. I know it is.
And I already lost a daughter. My oldest daughter is
really
hopeless, virulent.
Is this the daughter? Is this the daughter that had the meltdown when you got the Choose Life license plates on your car?
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact.
Yeah. What's her big opposition to Trump?
Well, we never discussed it. She just stopped taking my phone calls.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's sad.
I used to be very close to her. She's my oldest daughter.
That's terrible.
Very sad.
It is sad.
Breaks my heart.
It is sad. It would be. Yeah, me too. I only have one child, but my daughter loves Trump.
And my daughter, who's moving back from England, she's lived in England for the past 14 years, but she's decided to repatriate and come back to the United States to live. She is also extreme liberal. I guess that's from the way they were raised
in the UK.
Youth, yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, Steve, she's in a Muslim country. Will she be wearing a burqa when she comes home from the UK?
I have a feeling that maybe it's part of the big picture of why she hates it over there.
Oh, the Islamification of England. Yesterday I did. I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. When I first started Coastal Weight Loss Secret, the first month and a half, I was weighing myself every morning. And I was losing about a pound a day. It was absolutely amazing. And I stopped weighing myself and just kind of been going off of my appearance because I can see it. My stomach is flat. We haven't seen each other since the cruise. Oh, no, we saw each other at Wings Plus. Steve, I've lost so much weight since we had our inauguration day event at Wings Plus. I look like a different person. And yesterday, I stepped on the scale in the afternoon. And when I saw how little I weighed, I was in shock. Steve, I'm at like my pre-marriage weight now. And my 29th wedding anniversary is this year. I'm at my pre-marriage weight. And the other times I was weighing myself, I'd weigh myself when I got out of the shower in the morning. Naked, hadn't eaten, no clothes. Yesterday I weighed myself. I had my MAGA hat on, my shirt, jeans, a belt, shoes, everything. And even then, I'm at my pre-marriage weight. I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. I've lost so much weight thanks to Coastal Weight Loss Secret. 0 exercise, no prescription medications, and I'm eating food I would normally eat. It's amazing. If you want to lose 20 pounds, 25 pounds, or 225 pounds, call Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I'm going to give you the number right now. When you call, make sure you tell them you heard about them on the True Oldies channel. 561-247-6300. I'm not telling you guys what I started at and what I weigh now, but I've lost a lot of weight. I've been telling you guys I lost 37 pounds. I am well above that. And the reason I don't tell you my beginning weight is I'm a little embarrassed at how much I was weighing, Steve. I don't know how I let myself get away, let things get out of hand like that. 561-247-6300, 561-247-6300, and online, coastalweightlossecret.com. All right, Steve, I'm going to put you on hold, and we're going to come back with the Gold Report with William Youngerman. Stand by. Callers on hold. You stand by. We'll be right back. Hey there, hold on. Steve?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to conference in William. All right, William, stand by. We'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Less than a minute. We are back. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the Morning Gold and Precious Metals Report. William Youngerman, how the metals looking today?
Metal's looking good. They're still trading sideways, as we've seen for several weeks now. Gold hanging around that $3,300 number, and silver hanging, or $3,300 number for gold and $33 number for silver. That's giving us a nice time to accumulate the precious metals at a nice discount and at very low premiums on all of the products. So that being said, we saw gold trade in a range of $33.02 to $33.32 yesterday, closing out the day at $3,317.20, which was up $30.30. Silver gained 35 cents at $33.29. Platinum was up $4 at $1,083, and palladium closed up $12 at $960. Overnight, we see again sideways trading, hanging around that $3,300 number right now. Gold $33.06, down $11.20. Silver $33.25, down 4 cents. Platinum down $18 at $1,065. And palladium down $10 at $950. So again, sideways trading, which is building good, strong support for gold and silver markets to hang around this area to launch maybe much higher prices as we go forward.
Yeah, with gold at over $3,300 an ounce, I love just the side of that. You had mentioned yesterday, right at the end of the report, about people selling their things that they have made of the metals to you. Now, obviously, people know about jewelry. We talk about jewelry a lot, even old, out-of-date, broken jewelry, rings and necklaces, all these kind of things. Other than jewelry, what are some things that people can bring in that are made of the metals that you see from time to time that they can turn into money?
Yeah, we buy a lot of the old sterling silver flatware sets that people don't use anymore. The sterling silver tea sets and anything made out of the precious metals. Old pocket watches that are made out of gold are quite valuable. The diamonds that are sitting in settings that just you don't wear anymore. We pay top dollar for diamonds.
Oh.
So there's just a host of things that you can bring in, and the other collectibles as well. Of course, if you've got some old paper money sitting in the safety deposit box that you don't know what's worth, bring it in. You get a free appraisal and cash on the spot should you decide to sell it.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds great. I don't know. So diamonds too. Oh my goodness. Listen, William Youngerman opens up at 10 a.m. If you'd like to stop in for that free appraisal, do that. It's 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. Give them a call toll free, 800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010. And find both his address and phone number on his website, williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk on Monday.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
All right, take care, take care. Man, Steve, can you believe that? Over $3,300 an ounce for gold right now. Isn't that crazy? It is amazing. All right, let's go back to these phones on this Open MAGA Mike Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Good morning, Steve. You still there, Steve?
Well, Richie.
Yes. Yeah, I know you guys. I know you guys are partners, and you've been partners for a long time.
Oh, here goes the division.
Yeah, not division. It's going to be the fact. Steve, when you said the other day Brian was not objective when it came to Trump, that he blindly follows Trump, I had time to think about that, and I sort of agreed with you. But then I got to think about it. Brian happens to be the most brilliant marketer, the most brilliant partner that you could have ever gotten. I mean, you've taught him well. I give him a lot of credit, and I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying that. Because I know he's listening here, and I don't know if he's going to want to hear this. When I was 18 years old, I worked for McDonald's and had a McDonald cap on my head and sold hamburgers. And I would never say, if somebody said this hamburger is bad, I would say, no, it is. This is the best hamburger in the world. Now, Brian, when you had your talk show host, Steve, and Brian was a board up, you had basically whatever topic for the day was the topic for the day. Brian has taken the Trump brand with his hat, with his Gulf of America shirt, every day and he's triggering people that don't believe 100% for Trump. You can't blindly follow anyone. You might as well follow Hitler if you were German. The fact is that he has taken the Trump brand and made a business model out of it, which is brilliant. Every day he's in a uniform, and every day it's Trump, 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 Trump. And I understand that because I'm MAGA too. But he's made a business model. He's a genius.
All right, Brian, you want to...
Every day.
Not really. I mean, Richie...
Oh, not really? Are you kidding me? Not really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. No 50-something-year-old man walks around in a Trump uniform.
I wear this all the time. I wear this everywhere.
Richie, come down. He wants to...
I wear my MAGA... I wear my MAGA stuff off the air too,
Yeah, because it's like a uniform.
No, it's not.
Your business model.
No. Why would I do that when I'm not on the air and just walking around normally? Now you're calling me. You're calling me. Yeah, the other day you were telling me I'm brain dead and blindly support Trump. Now you're calling me a phony and a fraud.
I'm not calling. No, when I'm calling, you take what you do on the radio is a business model. Are you in denial with that? What if you're not? Then you're a sycophant.
What What do you mean as a bit? I don't understand what you're saying about a business model.
Well, you wear the uniform on the radio on a regular basis. Every show is.
No, I wear every day, no matter where I go, I'm wearing a Trump hat. Today I'm wearing "Make America Great Again." Yesterday I was wearing Trump 2020.
You're always doing podcasts off the radio. You're doing podcasts out in public.
Even when I'm not on YouTube making videos, I still have MAGA clothes on.
Well, then, if that's the case, then I think you're completely brainwashed.
But Richie, now while you're giving me a hard time for my shirt and hats, I remember you want before all this. Once you were making fun, you were giving me a hard time for my shoes once. You probably don't even remember. I wear, mostly I wear the checkerboard Vans is what I wear most of the time, my whole life since I was a kid. You were making fun of my shoes on the cruise.
I don't know why you're Brian. I don't know why you're arguing with Richie because
Just call me a phony.
He's saying something you're proud of.
No.
You're a Trump man.
No. That's not what he's saying. He is saying.
And I called you brilliant.
No. What Richie is saying is that I only wear MAGA hats and such to be a fraud, to be on YouTube and stuff.
That. I did not.
Yeah, sure. You keep saying it's a bit. You're saying I only do it for money. You say I only do it for money.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's your business model on the radio. You're telling me it's not. You come on there, the first thing you say, this is where MAGA comes to talk. So come on, give me a break. That's your business model.
It's not.
You don't talk about Trump on a regular. It's not.
We always talk about. Hold on. We've always talked about for many years politics before Trump came down the escalator. Okay, but Trump has been on the scene longer than most presidents, right? He was running for president 2 years before he became president, and he became president.
Well, you've been with him from the beginning.
Over 10 years. So for 10 years,
Steve,
I'm not defensive. This is just a slight.
He's defensive, and I'm going to tell you why.
I'm not defensive.
And this is how
I'm not defensive at all.
Okay, let me just say this, Steve. When you were 50, how old are you, Brian? 56?
54.
Are you 56? 54. Steve, when you were 54, you were a man. Would you walk around in a damn uniform every day?
It's not a
That's
uniform.
basically a uniform.
My MAGA hat's a uniform?
How many MAGA hats do you have? How many Trump hats do you have?
Richie, take
12.
a breath.
How many?
Take a breath.
12.
Take a breath. All right, I just want to say when you're asking me, you're asking the wrong person because as Lori would be more than happy to tell you, everywhere I go, I wear a Trump hat.
Yeah. And Steve's older than me.
Okay. Okay. How many Trump hats do you have, Steve?
About 3.
How many does Brian have? Come on, Brian.
I have about 12. I have about 12 or 15. 3 or 4 of them I bought.
That's a little sick.
No. Listeners, excuse me. Listeners send me hats all the time. I bought 3 or 4 of them, and the rest of them were given to me by listeners. Yeah, I should.
Let me say.
Yeah.
I know you have other callers, and I love Brian, and I think he's brilliant.
No, you just called me. First off, Richie.
No, you've taken
I'm not. Hold on, Steve. Slow down.
And made a business out
Okay,
of it.
slow down. Slow down. No, I've been able to make a living at something I love.
That's the Trump brand. And if it was Star Wars, you were a Star Wars geek at one time.
I still love Star Wars. I still love Star Wars.
But you tend to be. There's more. You're not objective at all, basically. The truth
Which
of
means
the
I'm not
matter is
agreeing
you're not
with
objective.
you. I'm very objective.
No.
If Trump did something that I thought was wrong, I would. Richie, I spent yesterday going hardcore after Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino.
But never Trump.
Trump's done no wrong.
And here's the deal, Steve, here's the deal. He gave him, earlier in his show, he said Rasmussen at a poll, 57% of the American people believe that we should go after the Iranian nuclear situation. And Brian then says we shouldn't do that because they got 1 million soldiers and they're got, so the bottom line is that Brian does not, and then he's afraid to attack Iran. But if I agree with him on that, okay, why would President Trump? I mean, here's the deal: would Winston Churchill have listened to Franklin Roosevelt if Franklin Roosevelt had told Winston Churchill, please don't attack the Nazis, Hitler? No, President Trump has no business telling Israel not to attack that site. He's not the president of Israel, and that's the way I feel about it. I mean, I might be off here, but why should he's not even being included in the negotiations? If the United States wants to stay out of the war with the Iranians, fine. But the Israelis have a right to defend themselves.
Want to take the last word on this?
No, I really have nothing to say to Richie about it. I mean, what am I going to?
No, he's upset with me now.
I'm not upset. No, I'm not upset with. I'm not upset with you.
Gulf of America. I'm looking at Gulf of America, Make America Great Again, and it's an everyday thing.
I very rarely do I.
Yeah,
ever
yesterday. No,
And you
excuse
start
me.
your
Yesterday.
show.
No. Yesterday, I was wearing a Tommy Hilfiger shirt.
Yeah, and you had what kind of hat?
I had the Trump 2028 hat on yesterday, I think.
Okay, but you also start the show by saying this is where MAGA comes.
No, I don't start every show with that. A lot of them I do.
You don't?
On my podcast, I do. Some on my podcast, I do. Yes.
I think you're.
Hold on, you have a Trump 2028 hat, Brian?
Yeah, I bought it from the Trump campaign
It's
store.
not even running at 28.
I bought it from Trump. Trump's selling them. I bought it from his official website. I bought it from Trump.
But Brian,
Listen, we're out of time.
Brian,
We're out of time.
Okay,
we're out of
have a
time,
great
Richie.
day.
All right, we're out of time. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's wrong with Richie today.
Nothing that's not wrong with him every day.
Oh my goodness. All right. We'll talk to you Monday morning at 6 a.m. Steve, are you there? You there, Steve? Nope, we lost Steve. Okay, I was going to take a couple of calls after the show, but Steve, we lost Steve. Steve disconnected. Let me take a call or two before I end the stream, okay? You're on this is the post show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Jack from Sarasota again. How are you?
Hey, Jack.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the tax cuts and everything. I think they're, if that's okay. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I think they're cheap, greasy, and destined to backfire just like a gas station taco.
They're what?
They're cheap, greasy, and destined to backfire just like a gas station taco.
I don't understand what that means.
Well, think of it like this. Trump gives crumbs for the rest of us, and he has
Crumbs?
huge cuts for the rich billionaires.
Crumbs?
Yeah. He's giving most of the tax breaks for the rich billionaires.
Excuse me.
Gives us hardly...
Listen. Let's just talk about the no tax on tips that's in the bill as an example, okay?
Please, Brian.
No, please. Slow down. Let's talk about this. The no tax on tips. Excuse me. Slow down. I want to talk to you about this. I know this doesn't fit into your prepared taco thing that you're trying to get going. I mean, that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, this taco thing. The no tax on tips is an example, okay? I've talked about this a lot. In the olden days, all the tips were in cash, so they didn't pay taxes on their tips, right? But for the last couple, especially in the last few years, very few people pay with cash anymore. I pay for everything almost with Apple Pay. I don't even carry cash. Rarely do I have cash, okay? And if I do, it's only a little bit of money, and it might be a 20, and I don't want to leave it, because of that, they all have to declare their taxes. And not just, by the way, not just the tip worker, their employer has to pay taxes on that too. Those people... slow down. Let me explain this to you. Wait till I'm done laying out my case, then disagree, and it'll sound like meaningful disagreement. In the past, when tax cuts are given, they adjust the income tax brackets. That's how most of them are done. Even the Trump tax cuts from the first term that they're extending in the big beautiful bill. Tip workers don't pay income taxes for the most part, except in rare situations. Tip workers only pay payroll taxes. And so when they never get tax breaks when there are tax cuts. So when the no tax in tips becomes law, how much that is a week will be different for everyone, but it'll be life-changing money for a lot of tip workers. It may be a couple of tanks of gas, which is not cheap in 2025. It might be $100 a week, $400 a month. That's a car payment maybe. While it's not a lot of money for you, for a lot of tip workers, $400, $500 a month is life-changing money, man.
Brian, thank you for finally allowing me to respond. It's a political stunt, and it's not.
It's not a stunt. Well, you're not a tip worker.
Wait, listen to me. It's nearly impossible to enforce fairly, specifically because it's cash.
It's not cash. It's not cash. People don't pay tips in cash often. You pay with your debit card or your you pay with your debit card or Apple Pay. There's no cash. This isn't the 70s, man.
Right. I let you talk without interrupting. And may I talk, please? It favors high-income tippers, not low-wage workers. Okay? It's very hard to track. It complicates payroll systems. It could backfire on workers. They're all...
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say this, because the radio show's over. This is the post show just on YouTube, okay?
Yeah.
So I don't have to go by the rules of the radio. You are so full of shit. I hate to say it, but you are. I mean, you're giving me this... a lot of you haven't heard me use profanity before, probably. I'm sorry. There's no other way to describe it, but, this is the thing. Calm down. Listen, I have not paid a tip. I have not paid a tip in cash at a restaurant or anything in years. Okay, we all pay with debit cards, almost all of us, or Apple Pay, and that is so they're paying. They will no longer be paying tax on that money. It's not difficult to figure out. Everything's computerized now. And it is, $200 to $500 a month for tip workers is a car payment. It's closed for, it's a lot of money. And for you to make this argument is just stupid. You're so full of it. You're obviously not a tip worker.
It encourages underreporting, Brian. You can't tell me...
How does it... It's automatically reported because it goes through the cash register. When I give a tip with Apple Pay, it goes through the cash register. It's automatically reported.
Please, Brian. You know that for one, these workers...
All right, I appreciate the call. Yeah, I was trying to hold Steve over, and he disconnected himself because to do the post show. But I mean, I'm sorry to use the profanity, guys. But I mean, come on. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Mark from New York. I just got a couple things. I know he's not on the air anymore, but the vernacular, the vernacular has changed a lot these times. Bro is not really an ethnic thing anymore. Everyone says it. When we were in construction, when I was in the military, everyone, it is a term of endearment. It doesn't have anything to do with ethnic, racial things. It's just the vernacular has changed. When he was a kid, when he used to go out, he might have said things like "trip the light, fantastic." My grandfather used to say that. They don't say that anymore.
Trip the light,
so
fantastic. Okay. All right.
It's just going out and having a great time.
Okay. All right. I don't call people bro, but that's me. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Andrew is my name, and I'm calling from South Carolina. How you doing this morning?
All right. By the way, those of you watching on YouTube, this is where the radio show ended. This is the post show. We're just on YouTube right now. And you're still welcome to call in if you want. Okay. What's on your mind, Andrew?
Hey, so you were saying earlier to one of the previous gentlemen that, you do objectively look at, things Trump's have done, and if he had done something wrong or something you disagreed with, that you would call it out, correct?
If he did, yes.
Right. So when Joe Biden signed an executive order, which was obviously he was wrong to do so, when he signed the executive order to forgive student loan debt, and the Supreme Court shot that down, would we have been okay if he just said, you know what? These are just radical right judges on the Supreme Court. We're not going to follow this court order the way that Trump and his administration
Well, my recollection is that Biden did not follow the Supreme Court and continued to do it even after they said no. He disobeyed the courts on the student loan forgiveness.
Well, we could Google it right now, and we could verify that is
well,
false.
I didn't.
I didn't continue the student loan.
I didn't. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't have any student loans. I don't recall. But no, I didn't. I was against the forgiving of the student loans, but I don't remember.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
But I was not. I paid my own way to college. It took me a long time to get through too, because I paid for it out of my pocket. I didn't get loans or anything. But
right. Yeah. I mean, you can't know what you don't know. So I guess for the sake of the conversation,
I'm trying. What's the point you're trying to? What are you trying to catch me on? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I'm not not trying to catch you necessarily on anything. I wouldn't use that terminology. I'm not trying to be malicious. This is something that, because I didn't vote for either party.
There's something. Hold on a second. There's something. Oh, so you wasted your vote. You didn't vote for either party. There's a difference between.
You're right. I did
slow down.
vote.
Slow down.
That's a fair
slow down for a second. The example you gave about student loan forgiveness is in the courts is different than what the courts are doing now. Okay, with Trump. Okay. What these judges are doing to Trump is judicial lawfare. It's a judicial insurrection against the chief executive. President Trump is involved in very high level international negotiations, right? The tariffs, the trade, he is involved in international trade negotiations, and these liberal judges are interfering with his foreign policy.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Let me finish. The other thing they've gotten involved in on the deportations, the United States has been invaded by millions of foreign nationals. He is duty bound by his oath to protect us from enemies, foreign and domestic. He is repelling enemy invaders. That is his sworn duty when he took oath for president.
I guess the only thing out of what you said that I disagree with, because I agree with most of what you said, is do you think that calling a Reagan appointee and a Trump appointee judge radical leftist might kind of dilute that term a little bit? Because the three judges that unanimously decided to block his tariffs, one was the Biden appointee, but the other one was a Reagan appointee, and then the third one was a Trump appointee, and that was a unanimous.
Well, I don't know. The thing about
were they radical leftists?
No,
as well?
a lot of times we have this. They can be, yeah. What happens a lot of times, okay?
But I thought Trump only hires the best people. He only hires the best people, but he's hiring radical leftist judges.
Okay. What happens a lot of times is, to get appointed as a federal judge at all, not just the Supreme Court, but the district judges, you're somebody who's politically active and connected. That's how you get the appointment. And oftentimes, people that are uber conservatives their whole life, once they become a federal judge, they stop kissing ass and you find out who they truly are. An example, Ronald Reagan, who was pro-life back in the 50s, okay? He appointed the first female to the Supreme Court of the United States, Sandra Day O'Connor. And when she got on the court, she was one of the most radical abortion-supporting justices of the 20th century, appointed by Reagan. So once they get these lifetime appointments, sometimes you find out they're not really conservative, right? There's a history of that. So that doesn't mean And also, if you notice, Pam Bondi, I think it was Pam Bondi yesterday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Pam Bondi. Said yesterday that on future judge appointees, they're no longer going to take recommendations from the Federalist Society or the American Bar Association. So some fake Republican rhinos have been pushed forward and got by Trump. Yeah, it happens, just like Sandra Day O'Connor with President Reagan.
So I guess to kind of dive into that a little bit, I understand that there are definitely people who will grift for either Republicans or Democrats or whatever. Like, the grift is strong no matter what. If something is in the spotlight, you'll be sure to find people that are just riding that wave. But if we're going to classify the Republicans that don't agree with Trump as rhinos, then, well, why do we use the lefties like AOC or the one Muslim lady? Why do we use those as aggregates for the Democrats when they don't really even support?
Because you're talking about you're talking about AOC and Ilhan Omar because they have become the face and spokespeople for the Democrat Party. Trump is our spokesperson.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily know I wouldn't call AOC. I mean, who other than Bernie Sanders really is putting AOC on a pedestal? And even Bernie Sanders.
The entire left-wing media operation has them everywhere. They're the voice and face of the party.
So they're just doing a tour, right? So it's like they're doing.
No, they do. They're on These people are on television all the time. They're on television all the time. I mean, like Jasmine Crockett. She's another one. They have her on all the TV shows. She's quoted in the press all the time.
I mean, yeah, I think that's just more of a.
They're just. I don't know. There seems to be. There's a lot. I've noticed.
Right?
I've noticed lately. There's a lot of people calling the show that for some reason are trying to get me to criticize Trump. And
well, it's not necessarily I'm trying to get you to criticize Trump. It's more just, can you acknowledge that we treat certain things differently depending on the partisanship of the.
Well,
of
see,
the action.
Trump
and
is.
It's not necessarily that Trump is
see,
evil or Trump is heinous
okay.
or Trump is racist.
Yeah.
I'm not here to argue any of that because I think
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. It's more just. There are things that Trump does that I agree with, that you might agree with, that if a Democrat had done, nobody would be okay with.
Like what?
So
What is okay, in the second term, okay, slow down. In his second term, what has Trump done that if Biden or Obama did it, I'd be pissed off?
So if Biden or Obama said, you know what, Supreme Court, I'm just not going to listen to your ruling.
It depends. It depends on what it is. Depends on what it is.
I don't think it does. Okay, so you're right. It depends on whether or not you agree with the action that they're defining.
No, it depends on what the act. No, it depends on the. It depends on the action.
I let you finish. I would just like. Can I just finish this one sentence and then you can respond?
Go ahead.
If Biden had done some radical left, okay, so what if Biden had done something like, hey, there's going to be a mandatory transgender screening when your kid's at 5th grade physical, and I'm signing that by executive order. The courts would obviously say, hey, you can't do this. But if Biden said, well, try and do something about it, all of us would be up in arms, myself included, saying, hey, you can't do this. But
There's your examples. No, your examples don't work, and I'll explain to you why. I mentioned this at the beginning of our conversation. What President Trump is doing is international foreign policy things. As an example, okay, if Trump were to order a strike on Iran, we haven't declared. The United States hasn't had a declared state of war since the Second World War. So if he decided without congressional approval to strike Iran, what if some judge said you can't do that? Should Trump obey that? What the judges have gotten involved in with President Trump is foreign policy and international relations. They are not a bunch of little presidents. That's different than a ruling on a financial case like the student loans. And my recollection is, and I stand to be corrected, but when the courts ruled against Biden on the student loan forgiveness, he still went ahead with that. And I'm pretty now that may have eventually.
There was a certain amount he was allotted for, but he wasn't able to. He had a certain amount he was allotted to do. It was anything past that point was when the courts decided that he couldn't go past this.
Okay, well, listen. I appreciate the call, and take care. You're welcome to call again. Before I say goodbye, and what I said to him is true. Have you guys noticed that people are regularly calling to try to get me to criticize Trump? That's not going to happen. And the reason that's not going to happen is a couple reasons. One, he's done nothing I disagree with. But two, he's not a normal president. See, Biden was corrupt. Trump is not. President Trump is a transformative president. He's like our founding fathers. He's a George Washington, Abraham Lincoln type figure who is liberating our country from the permanent Washington class. Our freedom has been an illusion. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Look, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
James from Boca.
Hey, Jay, hold on one second. Let me answer these other lines. This is the post show. You're getting the post show. The radio show's over, but I'm continuing on YouTube. Okay, go ahead, Jay from Boca.
Yeah, I got a funny story for you about family. You guys were talking about family earlier. On my birthday about 2 weeks ago, I found out that I have a whole new family. My dad isn't my dad, and I have 3 sisters.
What happened? DNA?
Yeah, Ancestry. My daughter got on Ancestry, and they found us.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is all good. Oh, yeah, it's wild. But they're all Democrats. And, oh, my God. It's been a rough 2 weeks trying to get to learn somebody that...
You found out your dad wasn't your dad? Oh, my goodness. Was the man you thought are your parents still alive?
No.
Oh, well, that's good. Not that they're dead, but it's good that you don't have to deal with it while they're alive. That would be a mess. Like if this came out while they were alive, it would be awful for everybody. I don't mean it's good that they're gone. You know what I mean?
No, I got you, Brian. No, it's a complete...
You know,
I just can't
this,
believe it,
I'll tell you, I have never done the DNA test, okay? And I've not done it for two reasons. One, I think the government was trying to get a database of everybody, DNA, which they've done, because that 21andMe thing was like free. But I get contacted by people that are brothers and sisters I never knew about. I got contacted by a woman a few years ago. She's my aunt. My grandfather had an affair with a woman and had her, and none of us knew, except my grandmother. And I found out that's why my grandparents retired young and moved to Florida. Now we know why. He impregnated a woman in Ohio. I'm in Florida now because of that affair. And she's in her 60s, and she contacted me, and I've gotten contacted by brothers and sisters, and it's this DNA. I don't think any of it's good. It disrupts families. I mean, if my grandparents are dead,
I think you're correct.
My grandparents are dead.
I really do.
But if my grandfather was alive, oh my goodness! Now I know why my grandmother was always pissed off at my grandfather.
Well, in my life, my mom had an affair with a married man who I thought was my father.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, and his name was James. So we'll leave it at James. And then on my 59th birthday, I find out that no, my dad's name is Ray. And they sent me a picture of my dad, and I look just like him. I mean, I've handed this picture to people, and they're like, "How old are you in that picture? Like 29?" I'm like, "No, that's my dad." It's just crazy.
So I mean, what are you going to do with that information?
Well,
do you want to get to know? Do you want to get to know these people?
They seem besides being Democrat, they all seem very sweet. And they're all older, and I don't have anybody in my family. I'm all by myself on this planet.
Oh, you're not married with kids?
Like a little bit of gut.
You're not married?
No. Well, I've been married and had children, but I'm alone now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. So you're okay. So you want to have, then you want to have. I get it. That's good. I've had many people contact me, like you're talking about. Okay. And the reason is because I was close. I spent more time with my grandparents than any of the other cousins and stuff in the family. So I know more about the family history. Mm-hmm. So I, even though I haven't done the DNA test, they eventually find me because I know more about, I know where everybody's buried. I know where they grew up. I know the backstory because I spent every summer with my grandparents in Florida when I was a kid. And I find that when I get contacted by somebody like that, we have a lot to talk about for a little while, and then we have nothing in common after that. You know what I mean?
Pretty much about the same. Yeah, it's you're right. I mean, absolutely, because we've all lived our own lives. We're all in our 50s or older, and
you don't have much in common.
We've already fought our battles in life.
It's like I went to high school here in Florida, so I run into people from high school sometimes. And especially because of my line of work, I run into people from high school and things. And we have a lot to talk about for 20 minutes. And then we realize, wow, it's been how many years since high school? We got nothing else in common. Then there's nothing else to say. You know what I mean? So there's, but I hopefully you have some family there. But I don't like this DNA testing. I think the thing I don't like about it is how you found out. Everything's put online in these databases, and people go and find out that that their dad wasn't their dad like you. I know someone who found out that their dad wasn't their dad, and their mom and dads are still alive. And they found out that their mother, who's still alive, had an affair. And I mean, it's because everyone's still alive. It's a mess. I think the DNA stuff is. So I have not done it, and I don't like people coming out of the woodwork contacting me. I just don't like it.
Yeah, they made me laugh. They said, "Well, we're not looking for a kidney or a liver." I said, "Okay," and I'm broke, so don't worry about any money because you're not getting any. And we all laughed about that, But yeah, it's been a long 2 weeks. A lot of thinking.
Oh, it's that. I didn't realize it was that recent. I missed that part. It's been 2 weeks. Oh, Well, you know, all you guys know, my daughter's adopted. My mother's adopted too. And about 40 years ago, when my grandparents died, she tracked down her birth mother. And I didn't go. I wasn't interested. My mom went, took a picture with her. She looks just like me and my mom. And my mom talked to her, and then after a couple of weeks, they had nothing else. There was nothing in. Hopefully, things work out better for you because you're all alone. But I'm very anti DNA testing. I hate that stuff. I hate it.
I'm with you.
Well, hey, listen, I appreciate the call. Call me down. Call me.
I think it's a happy story.
Call me down. Call me down the road after you meet him, and let me know how it went.
I will.
All right.
I will, sir.
All right. Take care, man. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Yeah, go ahead. You're up.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
I thought you were still talking about guy with DNA.
No, talking to you now.
Okay. Yeah, you do get a lot of weirdos today on the phone.
I get a what? Oh, well, whatever.
Radio. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
The Jay guy, here's my only complaint. I love the show. I listened to it for years. You waste too much time on negative people like Jay, Renee, and what was up Richie's ass today? I mean, what was he trying to say?
This is the thing. Okay, here's the thing with Richie. And I have this with other people in the audience. I've been doing this since I was a kid, right? You guys know this. I talk about it. I've been on the air since I was like 19, 20, okay? And there's some listeners that have been listening that long, And some of them, Richie will disagree with this, okay? Some of them don't like that I've grown up and I've been successful. So they're always trying to like what Richie did today was he was calling me a phony. Like I just wear MAGA clothes just because it's a business thing. That's not, I wear this stuff all the time. He's always looking for a way to try to bring me down or the show down. And he says terrible things. I mean, about a month or so ago, I took a call from him, and he said he was very angry, screaming at me, saying the most insulting personal things about me I couldn't believe on the air. Some of you may remember that. Last year, he called me, not on the radio, but on YouTube. I'm taking calls now on YouTube. He said something about Steve that was so bad and inappropriate, I banned him for a while from calling the show because it was so wrong and inappropriate. He's just has no sense. He has no sense. He did something once on one of our cruises. He did two things on our first cruise that, I overheard. On our first cruise, I overheard him say something about Steve, and he didn't know I heard him say it. And I was so appalled at what he said. I couldn't believe what he said. I'm not going to tell you what it was. He will deny this, but he just says nasty stuff. Okay. Let me explain a little bit how it works. I don't want to say that I'm famous, okay? But I've been a public person all my life, all my adult life. So there's a little bit of celebrity that comes along with that. And when you're a public person, people don't look at you as a real, live, living, breathing person. Okay? They don't look at you that way sometimes. He's one of those guys. And they feel that they can just say whatever they want to say. I give Richie too much slack. Because he's been with the show so long.
I agree.
It's because he's been with,
Al the John, that's another
Well, think about it. Al the John's another one. Okay, Richie the bus driver and Al the John, I give him way too much leeway on the show. And I tell you guys this many times. When I was 19 and I first started on the radio, Al the John was the first listener that came up to me in public and recognized me and says, "Hey, you Brian Craig?" So I remember him. Richie, I literally used to. I tell you guys this. I used to ride his bus before I had a car. When I was a teenager, I used to take his bus to the beach and to the mall, and all the time. And I remember him because he had a big mouth then, and he was always yapping on the bus. He was a lot thinner, you know, and so sometimes you get too close to they get too close to us, and we get too close to them. But I give them too much leeway.
Yeah, the nice guy, I'll tell you, I just noticed it the last couple months, whatever, the nicest guy you cut off all the time is Mike from Louisiana.
I'll tell you why.
That guy's nice.
I love Mike in Louisiana is
nice.
I'll tell you exactly why. Okay. It's just like Doug. Did you hear my call with conservative Doug today? Obviously not. You'd remember.
Doug.
Okay. Okay.
No, he talks odd, and I can't.
Okay. Mike in Louisiana is a very nice guy, and I like him a lot. But he says nothing. When he calls in, he repeats what I say word for word. He's like, "You're right," and then he repeats what I had just said word for word. He's got nothing to say. Doug, I gave Doug a hard time today and yesterday. He calls every day at 7 a.m. Because I take the calls screenless, sometimes he's the first call. Yesterday, every line on the board was full yesterday when I came out of the 7 o'clock hour break, and I took a call at random, and it was Doug. And I've told Doug, you can't call at 7 o'clock every day. You can't. You got to spread your calls around. He still does it. Mike in Louisiana, I've told Mike in Louisiana, you can't repeat what I say. You got to have some independent thought. You understand what I mean? And you got to have some quality control when you're doing a show, right?
Well, all the callers, everybody that's ever called in that are normal people, that love Trump and all that, please get rid of Jay and Renee. We've been telling you this for a long time. You just won't do it. Those guys are idiots. They're racist. They hate your guts. You know,
do they? Do they? If they hate my guts, why do they listen every day?
To them, it's like Richie. It's almost like, something. If they want to say something negative.
I gotta tell the thing with Richie. The thing with Richie burns me because, with some of these, like Richie, I'll give you an example with Richie. This Richie the bus driver thing. It's mostly me than Steve, okay? But we gave him a whole personality and identity, Richie the bus driver. He went on a couple of our MAGA cruises, and he likes to play blackjack. I set up a thing that actually cost us money. I set up a thing where on the cruise, we reserved a meeting room, a conference room, for Richie to give a class on how to play blackjack and win. And it was packed. It was standing room only. Everybody came to learn how to play blackjack and win. I set that he loved it. He was so excited. He went out and got a set of cards like magicians have that are big cards that are like 12 inches high. It was awesome. And if you notice, he really is angry at Steve and angry at me all the time. And he's so nasty, and it's always so personal, and I don't know why I put up with it. I guess because I used to ride his bus when I was 14 and 13, and I don't know, but
Yeah, well, and you're as a female, I've been listening to you for about 5 years. You cut off women all the time. Once in a while, Barbara's an intelligent caller, and I'm glad you let her talk for a little bit. But I notice that when it comes to women, you cut them off shorter. Then you let Greg 2 talk. You let Jay talk. You let Renee talk. And that jerk, never Trump or Steve, he sucks too. Get rid of him. We hate him.
You don't want us. Okay, you don't want us to talk to any. You don't want us to talk to any liberals.
No.
No. Well, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Well, and hold on a second. If you no, I'm not going to red pill Jay from Jersey. He's a lunatic. If you listen to now today's different because I'm not feeling too well today. Okay, I almost didn't do the show today. But if you listen in the future to me talk to liberal callers, I make all my points through those callers. I ask them all questions and point things out. And I make all my conservative points through those callers. If you listen in the future, next time you'll pick up on it, all right? Let me take another call. You're on the air. This is the post show. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian, am I coming in okay?
Yeah, IB.
Hey, man, look. Roy, you and I are like siblings. Sometimes I'm fighting with you, even though you don't know that I'm fighting with you based on how our calls go sometimes and how you are lax and lenient on the rules sometimes. I'm glad in the last 2 days brought up the point of mixing up the calls because there's really 4 things, 4 rules. Don't talk about the sponsors, call in once a day, no profanity, and mix your calls up. So I want to defend conservative Doug today because at least Richie has been doing a really good job at mixing up the calls. I was shocked he was the last caller today. But JJ from Massachusetts calling in always after the goal report and mincing the clock. I think that is unfair.
Oh, yes. Okay. I will. Okay. Who you talking about? Who you talking about? JJ?
From Massachusetts.
I'll agree with you. Okay. JJ, I have not talked to him yet. But, taking the screenless, you guys know we take this call screenless, which we don't have to do, but we do it because it makes the show, I think, more interesting. I don't know what's coming. I don't know what's on hold. And part of the problem with that is people get on that wouldn't normally get on. And I agree with you. JJ from Massachusetts calls at the end of the, and if you notice with some of these calls, you can tell like in the tone, you can tell in the tone of my voice, I'm not happy that they're on. If you listen.
I've been listening, and I've been on the phone. I tell you, I've been on the phones and had many airtime and talk time too, and I understand.
I'm short with you a lot of times. I know I'm too short with you a lot.
That's why I say you are my brother, just like Steve is my uncle, because I adopted you guys through osmosis. That's another story. However, I wanted to straighten out one thing with January 6th. Am I so clear?
Yeah.
Okay. You call him the Charmin. He is what is called a harmonistic practitioner, and he believes in the Nikola Tesla idea that these lines are called lat lines. So the buildings in Washington D.C. they are built in a way of structure on the ground with lines. These lines are in the air that they can harness energy. We wouldn't need oil anymore to do things. So the Charmin was there as a peacemaker, even though he looked weird as hell.
The Tesla, last time I was out in LA to visit my daughter, she took me to that observatory out there, and they have an original Tesla coil, and it operates. I got to see it work. And the Tesla coils don't use power lines; they just transmit electricity in the air. They cause fires. It causes fires. It's not.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. His goal, before he went into the building on his own accord, he wasn't pushed in or coerced in, on his own words. He took pictures with Nancy Pelosi's daughter and undercover guys from Ukraine that was undercover with their own media stuff. And FBI approached him and said, "Hey, did you know who you just took a picture with?" He said that was Ukraine undercover, and this is an FBI agent talking to this guy. So he goes in the building with the bullhorn with the intentions of getting to the chamber to protect what was there, because he didn't know what the people would do when they get inside. That's why they were trying to unlock
the shaman. Listen. The shaman is obviously a very eccentric kind of weirdo guy to walk around dressed like that. He's not normal.
I understand that, but when you hear the guy, like if someone like Tucker Carlson interviews the guy and you hear him speak, then you will see a whole different perspective, even though he looks like a weirdo. But his intention was to make sure no one would do harm to the chamber, which is a focal point of Nikola Tesla's lat lines, which you have to create harmony, like doing yoga and humming and kind of crap.
Yeah.
So his intention was to get in there, and that's why they were trying to escort him into the door. Yes, the media used it as the eye of January 6th. They needed something to put on the papers, but he got caught up at the wrong time, and also the date he was going to be released coincided with Tucker Carlson doing that show, saying that these things happen, and then he got out coincidentally. That was already in planning, so Tucker really didn't get him out.
Yeah.
It was just coinciding at the same time. It was ironic. But we all know what went down, and I have a whole different conversation as to a guy who worked there for years, starting out as a little deputy guy, to exactly what went down, how the leaders of that day not only not bringing the security Trump wanted to give them, but they also reserved their security at the same time. Because anything that goes on in
the only thing. I appreciate the call, IB. Take care. The only thing that's going to give us the truth, the beginnings of the truth of January 6th, is if Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, when they identify all the FBI assets, give us the whole backstory of how they got there and what they did when they were there, and show their path through the Capitol. My phone is ringing off. My personal cell phone is ringing off the hook over here. But I'll take another call or two before I end the stream. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's JJ from Mass. I think
Yes.
it was the end of the show, so I try to call in and
No. I've been meaning to talk to you. I just never do it. You know, you historically have become the final caller of the show. So I would like you to call in earlier in the show, not be the last caller, you know, but you're a good caller.
Today I'm just calling in because I thought it was, listen, I like IB. I love the, like today, there's just so many things. It's sort of like I get stuck, watching and listening to the show.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. No, you're a very good caller, and your calls are always very good and timely, and you make good points.
Yeah, but I myself, there are times when I'm like, I want to call it like, I'm going to call it 8 o'clock. I mean, one time I called and it was like just before the break, and I was like, no worries. I understand. You're
then you're on hold. Then you're on hold for 40 minutes. Well,
it's not a big deal.
When the radio show's on, I'm under tremendous time pressures, guys. I gotta take the breaks. I've got call-in commercials. I've got live commercials. You know what I mean? I'm on a schedule. I got to end right at the top of the hour every hour.
Yeah, I understand, Brian. I understand. I mean, I used to, when I was younger, much younger, when I was a bartender, but this has been throughout my entire life, I love to watch people who are really good at what they do. Like if it's a bartender, or if it's I used to go to, laboratories in Boston where these genius level people were doing viral research, and I love to watch people that are good at what they do, no matter if it's poker, driving race cars, or in watching you. I understand the complexities of everything that is going on, and I'm like, Jesus, how the hell do you keep all that stuff in your? I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I can talk to people. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
But it's
it's a lot.
Else that's going on. You're like the one-man show.
It is a lot. It is a lot. And, and sometimes it's hard for me to focus because and I know I'm short with people a lot, but, there's so much going on technically, like during, it depends. If I'm at this radio station, I've got more help because Mike, the board op's there. When I'm in my own studio, I gotta call up, I got to call William Youngerman. I got to call Attorney Barry Siegel for his call in myself. And sometimes it's hard to do that when I'm on the air,
You've got like 5, if you remember, somebody asked Elon Musk. They asked Elon Musk about his brain or whatever and what was going on up there. And his answer was, it's a storm.
Yeah.
And when I think of that, I think of when I'm watching you, it's like you're, when I was, watching people do multitasking, you take multitasking to another level.
Yeah, and I'll tell you,
it's also very entertaining.
It's exhausting.
Some of the things you say.
It's exhausting too.
Some of the things you say just make me, I can't. Oh, like Barbara today said, she said gibberish, and I'm like, okay, that's a good word, Barbara. I was thinking much worse when she was talking about that no-brain caller.
Yeah.
And Jersey J saying, I was going to tell Jersey J to stay away from the cookies. Barbara might be baking some for him over the weekend.
Oh, marijuana cookies.
I just hate that. Yeah, when he said Oreo, it just that type of stuff is just pathetic.
That Oreo is typically reserved for it's used for two things: either someone who's biracial or someone who liberal blacks consider to be a race traitor. Like they used to say OJ was an Oreo till he killed 2 white people. Then all of a sudden he was in the club.
My first time hearing it was walking down the street in Florida with my black girlfriend.
Oh, really? George Jefferson used to talk about the girl down the hall that Lamont liked, called it because she was biracial. He called her an Oreo cookie all the time. Remember on the Jeffersons?
Yeah.
So you're a white guy who dates black women.
White Irish guy. I've dated black women.
Are you one of those guys white guys that kind of exclusively dates black women, or is that just a random?
No.
Mm.
Just random. I've dated. I'm from New Hampshire, so I dated. I dated a French. A girl from Canada. My mother did not like that at all. That didn't last long.
One of my oldest friends we're the same age. He's white. Never dated a white girl. Always black.
I dated one girl from Alaska that was this white, her skin, and she had green eyes. She was one of the prettiest girls I ever dated. A Filipino girl I dated. She was in New Hampshire working at a resort. You get a lot of. Up in New England, you basically have just basically white people everywhere, but you have Canadians, and then you have people that I worked at the Mount Washington Hotel, and a lot of people came there from foreign countries to work there, and they lived there. So, anyway. But
it's good to hear. But no. I'm not going to put you in the category of Mike from Louisiana. You're a very good caller, but try to just call at different times. I've been meaning to mention it to you, but I haven't wanted to do it on the air because you're such a good caller. Mike from Louisiana, I do it on the air to maybe he won't call me for a while. You understand what I mean? I wouldn't want to do that to you. All right, take care. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. This is Michael calling from Washington State. Hey, I wanted to pick your brain on something. I wanted to know what your thoughts were on, since President Trump being elected in 2016, essentially the biggest takedown or attempted takedown of an American president in our nation's history, definitely in my lifetime. Seems like every step of the way, Democrats have done every possible thing to try to kneecap this man. They tried to throw him in prison. They tried to assassinate him.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on what Republicans should do to fight back?
Well, one of the reasons I'm so loyal I couldn't get into this at the end of the show because we're up when this, a lot of people have been calling me to try to get me to criticize Trump. It'll never happen. Look at what he's done for us. He literally got shot. Right? And everything I don't have to go. You guys know what they've done. He's not a normal president. When Bush was president, I was critical of Bush from time to time, even though I supported him. I didn't know what a creep, war criminal, liar he was till later, but none of us did, right? But President Trump has sacrificed so much. I think to fight back, you got to be loyal to Trump.
100%. Yeah.
And I'll tell you that Trump 2028 hat, because a lot of people, I bought that hat from the Trump store. So Trump sells those hats. He's obviously not running again in 2028. However, for the rest of his life, he's going to decide who the Republican nominee is. If they don't have his blessing, they're not getting it. But anyway,
I agree.
The reason I like that hat, it's so triggering. I made it. I have a YouTube video up. I got confronted by a guy. I took my car to the dealer to get the oil changed on Saturday. This liberal went nuts. I made a YouTube video about it because the Trump 2028 hat. The liberal, just the idea that he might run in 2028 freaks them out. And that's why I wear it all the time. The 2028 hat, Trump 2028. This is the first time I wore a Make America Great Again hat since I got that hat. The first time I wore that Trump 2028 hat out, the liberals start freaking out. I love it. Screw them.
That is so funny. And I live, honestly, about an hour outside of Seattle. Thank God, nowhere near that city. But
yeah,
it's one of those things where, I hear stories here all the time of political violence, people getting attacked for walking down the street with a Trump hat or...
Yeah,
it
happens.
Yeah, it really does. And not to mention, I was listening to Tim Pool the other day, and he was talking about, more political violence in Seattle of Antifa attacking Christian rally I think in downtown Seattle.
The
but
only
it's just-
time
it's
the
chaos
the
here.
only time I don't wear my MAGA gear is when I go to get food. Okay, I wear Trump shirts not every day, but most of the days, and I have a Trump hat on every day. But if I go into a restaurant, I take the hat off because I don't want them to spit in my food. When I go to Chipotle, when I go to I can see them make the food. Okay, so that's different. But if I go to a regular restaurant, when I go to Starbucks in the mornings, if you guys watch me on YouTube, I do a live stream in the mornings before the show, and I go to Starbucks and get coffee. And you might notice I'm wearing a jacket. It's 92 freaking degrees outside. I'm wearing a jacket, so when I go, I can zip up so they don't see my Trump shirt. So they give me real coffee and not decaf. Okay. I've been outed at some of the other Starbucks in the area. They give me decaf every time to screw me over, right? And I can tell because I can feel it in my body. So, but yeah, but President Trump, I've been wearing these MAGA hats all these years because I want people to know how strong his support is. And you look at everything that he has sacrificed for us. He is owed our loyalty. This is not Hitler, okay, like Richie said. This is a guy who got shot.
Crazy thing to say.
Yeah, he got shot for us. You know, and
100%.
yeah, exactly. So he deserves our loyalty.
Absolutely, and I'll admit, especially growing up in an area that I've grown up in, and Washington here. My whole family is Democrats, and when he ran in 2016, it's really easy to become a product of your surroundings, you know what I mean? So not really understanding anything about politics. I mean, in 2016, I'm 31, so I think about, 18, 19, you don't really know a lot about politics, or at least I didn't. Once I got married and started having children, and settling down and paying attention and paying taxes for one thing.
That's right. You grew up. You grew up.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this state, they're trying to take everything from you with gas tax, sugar tax, federal tax. They're trying to push through state tax. It's insane. But I realized in 2020, I started looking into things and peeling back more layers and realizing that this got the corporate media has been doing everything in their power, and honestly, the DNC to kneecap this guy since the very beginning.
Well, listen, talking about yourself growing up, the two greatest Republican presidents, well, we had Lincoln, but he formed the party, so that's different. But the two greatest Republican presidents since Lincoln are, without question, Ronald Reagan and President Trump. Both of them were Democrats, right?
I'm starting to see that.
And they both woke up. Yeah, they both woke up and grew up, and that's it, Listen, everyone's used to me being off the air at 9. My phone, I've gotten about 35 phone calls in the last 45 minutes, okay? And my text messages are blowing up like crazy. People are going to think something happened to me. But I appreciate the call.
No problem. I'm always listening.
All right, great.
Appreciate
Take care.
it.
Take care. Now, listen, if you're new to my channel, this obviously is where MAGA comes to talk. My name's Brian. Subscribe if you're new. And if you're already sub, please like the video and share it on all your socials. I have a new podcast today. We've got a big day today, right? We've got the press conference with Trump and the rally. I don't know if I'll have it depends on what time he's speaking at the rally. But if I don't have a new podcast today, there'll be a new one tomorrow, and I'll be on YouTube later, at least giving my thoughts on all this. But keep an eye out, and I'll see you guys throughout the weekend. Take care. Thanks for watching, everyone.